Good evening, and welcome to Philly by Night, a Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition actual play set in the city of brotherly love. And welcome to the newest coterie in the city of Philadelphia, the Meals on Wheels. Uh, so, with two of you currently living uh, above the morgue, and one of you probably doing work and making themselves a smoothie in the morgue, let's decide how we start this evening, shall we? Let's start with everyone's favorite package. Hey, Charles, Mr. Pacifico, how
Ah,
has your evening started?
well, as the sun has finally gone down enough that he's safe to leave his room, uh, the hunger came as soon as the light faded, which is normal. Undeath is like that. You can never escape it, you can never run from it, and at a certain point, he hopes it'll get easier. Hasn't yet, but hey, there's always next year, and the year after that. Uh, Shook the blood back into his skin. The blush always makes him feel a little better about himself, and he traveled downstairs to the morgue to take a bite to eat. It's not his preferred way to feed, but, well, when in Rome, do as the Romans, and when in Philly, feed on the dead.
I like it. I like it. Would Mr. Pacifico have asked for any advice or assistance from?
Uh, he would have definitely confirmed beforehand that one, he had the right to do so. He had a feeling the morgue was in their ability to feed from, but he would have also definitely 100% asked. He would have made a mention. Actually, if we want to, he would have certainly said, uh, "I've I'm only used to taking from the living, so anything I gotta watch out for." There's so many magical things in this world I don't know about. Next thing I know, you're gonna tell me the dead have blood parasites that I need to fight off with my tongue or something.
Um, Sometimes, but mostly no.
Sometimes, of course, it's always sometimes. All right, well, good. Any advice then?
You want to stay away from the one in drawer 1703? They came from hospice. Sometimes that blood is still spicy.
Spicy. Appreciated. I appreciate that actually. Very good advice. Can always trust on you for that.
You know, palliative care.
Yeah. Yeah. hmm Thank you, Sifra. Uh,
Okay, you should also be aware that one of my cousins is down there, probably, almost
hmm.
definitely.
I will greet them, acknowledge their presence, and not get in their way then.
Okay. He looks kind of scary, but he mostly okay.
Would it be better if I acknowledged his presence or didn't?
I'd just like a high. He might ask you to help lifting a berry.
Should I do so?
I mean, if you're strong enough to lift 300 plus pounds of dead weight.
Definitely not. I will let him know that I wish I could help him, but I would be more of a hindrance.
His name's Colin.
Got you. I
I think
will.
I hear the blender.
The what?
Blender.
Is this something I should ask about or something I should just take as I learn about it?
I mean, we don't all eat the same kinds of stuff all the time.
Hmm. Very true. Very true. Please be a smoothie. Please be a smoothie. Please be something like fruits or berries. Please be a berry smoothie. And Charles will make his way down into the morgue and try and find a fresh corpse and probably, if fate would be kind, run into Colin after he has just finished drinking his minimal fill.
You know what? I will give it to you. Fate and the storyteller, since it is your first meeting after all, will be kind. You can eat before going into the other room and listening to the sound of the blender.
Charles daps at the corner of his mouth with a disposable napkin and then folds it up and makes sure it is disposed of properly. Uh, and follows the sound of a blender.
Which leads us to Mr. Fry, another gent who woke up hungry.
God fucking damn it. I think the phone got stuck. Hang on, Kate. And then he's like, you hear this noise of a blender like absolutely gargling. It sounds like asphalt. And he's just going at it. And if you go into the other room, you see a small, like 5'7", barely person in work boots with a full hand into an unplugged blender that's been switched off. And he's just trying to like root around in there. And he's like, all right, we're going to try this shit again. And then he goes back and plugs that bitch back in and he flips on the switch. And there's still that gargling, crunching, industrial noise. And he's going at it. And he's like, that's probably going to work for the marrow. I thought you were supposed to be good at this. Well, fuck you too. All right. And eventually he gets out like a Campbell's big red thermos, and then he's got like the white top and a cup. His back's to you, and it's loud as shit. It is loud, but it's not sounding like it's an industrial mixer anymore. So that's better. And he pours out this, and blessed be, you don't have to worry about nausea because one, you're dead, and two, you've already eaten, and you're not gonna be put off. And he's like, there's shit, I'm not gonna get enough for two. All right, this is fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Cheers. And then you see the bottom of this red container go up, and he's got like the white cup in the other hand of the top for the thermos, and he just screws it on. He's like, fuck it, I'll wash it out later. Deal with it later. Deal with it later. We gotta go. We got the meeting later tonight. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. And he turns around and he looks and he sees you. Holy fucking shit, who the fuck are you? Thermos in one hand, reaching like at his appendix. And he like looks you up and down.
I believe you are Sifra's cousin, yes?
You didn't answer my question.
Wanted to make sure I didn't have the wrong person. Charles Pacifico, I've been recruited by Sifra Shi to the Meals on Wheels Coterie. I've been told you're Colin, correct?
He looks him up and down. What does he see? What does Charles look like?
Charles is a relatively nondescript man, not particularly ugly, certainly not particularly beautiful. Tends to dress in neutral colors. He's got a scarf around his neck, which is really the only thing a little distinctive about him, but still something you wouldn't pick out on a crowd. He's got a satchel bag over his shoulder. It looks really beefy. It's certainly, a work duffel bag. It looks like he could fit a lot in it if he needed to like stuff it out. You see zippers on every side. Nice professional nondescript belt. Rather slim. Doesn't look like he's particularly strong or particularly fast. And there's really nothing behind the eyes besides this very blasé general politeness.
There is a very calculating look in this small man, and he starts to drift one hand away from his like appendix-ish area towards his belt. He's like, all right, you know the right names. Nice to meet you, Gray Man. Yeah, Colin. Seafrain.
She's upstairs. Yes, she just gave me the information I'd needed. As I said, Charles Pacifico, courier for the Midnight Express. Very pleased to make your acquaintance. I will be staying in the city for the foreseeable future and assisting the Coterie on contract for the time being.
Nice. Nice to meet you, Gray Man. And by that, I mean I just met you. We'll see how this goes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, Seafra.
What?
You know a guy named Charles?
Yes, he lives upstairs.
Is he the one crying in the bathroom?
No, that's someone else.
Thanks. Awesome. All right. He looks at his watch. How long does this nervous tiny man and his new acquaintance have until the scheduled meeting I believe we're going to be having with a certain prince to do with an oath later?
There's enough time for everybody to eat, enough time for Darlene to put on copious amounts of makeup,
Excellent.
enough
right,
time
well.
for Colin to try really, really hard to move a berry patient.
Hey, Charles,
Yes.
do you lift?
Unfortunately not. I drive. You got a forklift?
Come here.
Charles follows without a hint of flicker of anything on his expression.
You know anything about bodies, people, moving people?
Quite a bit.
Really? Tell me a little bit.
Are you asking medically, intellectually?
Practical experience would be the most pertinent thing right now.
I used to work in an ambulance.
Oh, excellent. You know something called a draw sheet method, don't you?
Unfortunately so.
Yeah, come here for a second. Hold this corner.
Aye, aye.
Awesome. Off to a great start. And we start trying to drag somebody back onto a slab who is down a 50-pound leg. Good news. They're about 50 pounds lighter than they used to be. 1, 2, 3.
Charles does not need this reminder of his previous life, but you make a good impression in the beginning, and it pays dividends down the road.
He sounds submissive and manipulatable. Let's go with it.
So, gentlemen, I'm going to need a strength in athletics.
Hell yeah. This is going to be great.
I argue for a strength and medicine because Charles knows the proper technique to do this.
You know what? I'll give it to you. Strength medicine. So,
would my paramedicine specialty apply?
Yes. So, while the boys are trying to move the berry patient without calling upstairs for Sifra, what are you up to, Ms. Lewis?
Darlene, oh gosh, is that just excessively? How's the volume on this?
Good.
Great. Darlene would have, she would have been layering on copious amounts of makeup, doing her best to appear as healthy and normal as she possibly could. She'd have been doing her physical therapy exercises, trying to make sure that she's well presented. And assuming all of that was done, she tried to piece together some alchemies.
Okay.
Which may or may not bring her down to the morgue as well.
Yay, morgue!
Because formaldehyde, there's so many things you can do with formaldehyde. Let me ask, do you think she would have had time to piece together a far reach or two by now?
Yes.
Outstanding. Okay.
I'll give you 2.
Oh, thank you. In that case, if she has the stuff for her alchemies together, she would distill what she could. I think I have the list of what she would try to piece together if it's feasible. Maybe she can, maybe she can't. But after completing those rolls and those attempts, she'd wander around, see what she could do as far as her arts and crafts projects, which would likely bring her to the formaldehyde, since there's all kinds of things you can do with formaldehyde.
Oh, excellent. So everyone's together-ish
Yes.
for a moment. And what happens is this. Luckily, Charles knows what he's doing. You managed to just get the 400 or so pounds left of this individual on a table. But not because Colin was successful at all. Mostly just because Charles knows how to move someone. And Colin
Almost
held
certainly
on
because of
just
Charles.
enough to keep everything kind of even.
Yeah, Charles gets it on the table and he turns with this plastic smile and just, don't worry, as a paramedic, I'm very used to compensating for my partner.
I like you.
Ouch.
We're gonna get along just fine.
So you see these two gentlemen, Ms. Lewis, struggling to move a rather large body from like a gurney to the prep table.
She there's a moment of, should I walk into this room or should I just keep walking? And from the doorway, she will very, very, very timid voice call out, hey, do you guys need any help?
You must be the second individual living upstairs, yes?
Oh, hi. Yeah, that's me. Are you the the other resident, I guess, for lack of a better word?
Charles Pacifico, courier for the Midnight Express. I've heard you. Apologies, I haven't had a chance to make introductions yet.
Yeah, I've been kind of a shut-in, sorry. Darlene Lewis, it's great to meet you both. She's going to look to Colin.
Yeah, he steps aside, allowing the two to introduce themselves if they aren't already met.
Colin looks her up and down and like scans her. He's heard her screaming. As Charles said, we haven't made the acquaintance, but we have heard her. What does Colin see when he looks at this individual?
I know that he's a pretty insightful dude. I imagine Darlene has had a little bit of time to heal from her initial session to the next, but not a great deal. She's dressed, she's got, turtleneck to mid-calf boots. Basically everything is covered. She's wearing a fairly long skirt. It's fairly loose. Even so, Colin could likely see that she does not walk in a very natural gait. She's somewhat unsteady on her feet. She's wearing makeup quite a bit. She's doing her best to give the natural look, but you can tell that there's a lot caked on at this point. She's got her hair kind of in an updo, kind of clipped in places along various parts of the scalp. You would likely see that there is a lot of sag to this woman's skin. Like somebody who has gone through, like you say, somebody who's just gone through weight loss surgery and has lost a whole lot of weight at once, faster than their skin was able to keep up with it. She's tried to put makeup over where she could, but there are still some abrasions. There's still some worn away skin. All that she's really showing is the top of her neck and her face.
I did see the dress that was posted in the outfit channel, and I did see the brace. Is the ankle of the brace visible, and how much of like the neckline, any pitting scarring is visible? Because she
She's
was
wearing boots
okay.
to cut.
So
She's wearing boots. But if Charles is looking, and I know that he's pretty insightful, he can likely see some areas around the boots where they bulge in a manner that's not really natural with a human calf.
Charles also has medicine, whereas one person's more investigating, the other's
Uh-huh.
a paramedic with good skill to make up for how Colin was not exactly able to manhandle that individual. God bless him. And
Yes.
like,
There is something being worn under the boot. And
so
as
the bone
far
was
as husband neck, how much neck is showing, I'd say up to about here.
okay. So that's very covered. All right. So
Oh, hey, guys. So I'm glad you all met and stuff. But will you quit playing with the berries? You know you can't lift them. I don't know why you even try half the. Anyway, so they're coming, and Uncle John is coming with them. So you definitely do not want to be late. Quit playing with the berry and get upstairs.
fuck. All right.
Charles takes out no, it's not like an expensive watch, but a non-digital watch, and checks the time and goes, "We're still on schedule, but we should head upstairs."
Sifra will be literally lifting the bariatric patient alone to remove the sheet from beneath them.
Thank you, Sifra. And he just sighed that long suffering, God damn it, I wish I was many things, but stronger is one of them. And then he just off he goes. Come on, Gray Man.
Yes, let's make ourselves presentable before the prince.
Looks himself up and down, looks at Charles, looks at Darlene. Shit. Continues.
Charles, just wait for Darlene to move before he follows along behind her.
She tries to wait until they're already going up the stairs to move, sees that that's not going to work, and it's kind of like, okay, yeah, we'll work with it. And she moves up the stairs, tries to walk as naturally as she can.
Charles slows his pace so Darlene's lack of speed isn't as apparent when you're watching them walk up in a line.
She makes it eventually.
Colin looks back and keeps an eye on things, but says nothing thus far.
And upstairs, where the apartment is, where two of you currently have bedrooms, there's a living room, a parlor. It is basic funeral parlor chic, so, floral rug, floral furniture, candles, the whole nine. And there is a knock on the door.
If no one jumps to get it, Charles will nod his head and then walk towards the front. And is there a peephole on the door or something to check before he just throws open the door?
There is a peephole.
He does take a glance inside of it.
What you see is a chest in a three-piece suit and what looks like a flash of pink.
Yep, if he doesn't see a head, he knows maybe there's more people in Philly who are that tall, but at least one that makes sense. He unlocks the door and opens it, standing in the doorway with a bright smile, and says, "Please, come in so we can make introductions away from prying eyes."
There is a warm smile from the prince. He is not dressed nearly as elegantly as he was at Elysium on Elysia grounds. Tonight, it is a turtleneck, a wool jacket, no crown, but a simple fedora. He ducks his head as he steps in, ushering in what can best be described as a pastel pink lampshade. I've come to administer your coterie oath.
Very good.
Good evening, sir. Good evening,
Hi,
ma'am.
guys.
Colin bows his head respectfully to both of them. He is somewhat shorter now for a brief moment.
Charles closes and locks the door once the guests have entered and bows his head respectfully.
Darlene stands and curtsies, as it were.
I ain't met that one yet. Hi there.
Good evening to you. I am Charles Pacifico of the Midnight Express.
But I thought you were staying here.
I am currently a member of the Meals on Wheels Coterie.
That's what I thought.
Well, I suppose I will be once our oath is established.
Right. Well, I'm Alicia Sexton. I'm married to him. And I'll be a sponsor.
I look forward to working with you. Would you prefer Alicia or Miss Sexton?
I mean, most of the time, Alicia will get me faster.
Understood, Alicia. I look forward to working with you, and thank you for sponsoring our coterie.
There is the soft sound of sucking teeth. C. Alicia.
Alicia.
It's Spanish.
Ah, understandable. My apologies. Sometimes you hear a lot of names on the road and you don't get them right on your first attempt. Thank you for the correction.
Y'all gonna scare people if you keep doing that.
There is a grumble and a look on the man's face as if to say, "You will put respect on my wife's name."
Okay, so you're gonna do a whole fancy bit, and I'm gonna sit over here and keep my mouth shut.
If that's what you prefer, dear.
You do
And
the
he
fancy bit. I'll be over here.
uncoils his arm from around hers, folds his hands together, rests them about mid-chest. In your coterie chat, because it is a lot of words, and I am not going to make you repeat them all. So, for sake of posterity, I will read the coterie oath, and then you will say, "I repeat those words accurately and in full." That way, we don't have to worry about three other voices clumsily trying to repeat the things that I just said over top of each other and causing a bunch of chaos.
We don't have any experience with that.
As funny as it would be, we learned our lesson in the very first ever session that we tried to administer this coterie oath. So, John will take a deep and seemingly unnecessary breath. It is my duty as Prince of Philadelphia to administer your coterie oath in keeping with the traditions of the Mithraean coteries. For those of you who do not know, this is an aside from the storyteller. Coteries were created by Mithras back in the day. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the honor and integrity of our coterie against all threats, internal and external. That I will uphold the traditions and values of our kindred brethren, and that I will prioritize the prosperity and safety of our city above all else. I pledge fealty to the duly appointed court of the Crown of Philadelphia, and vow to provide my arms in times of war, my art in times of peace, and my service in times of need. I promise to defend our city against all that desire her harm with word, deed, and force. From this day forward, for as long as my crown allows, I am bound to be faithful, holding honor and courtesy above all, recognizing its leadership and authority in matters of our kindred existence. I will honor the autonomy and sovereignty of each member of our coterie, ensuring that no undue influence or control is exerted over one another through blood bonding or other means. So swear I, in the presence of our fellow kindred and under the watchful eyes of our elders. May the darkness guide and protect us all.
Colin repeats that fully, as honestly as he does the very first time he said this oath.
Darlene repeats that fully and without hesitation.
Charles repeats it with the same level, even tone. He repeats everything like he's reading back a contract in the Midnight Express.
Excellent. And with that, John gives another sharp nod. I'm sure Alicia has some things she wishes to go over with you now that the ceremony has been dealt with. And he walks over and he sits himself in a corner.
Right. Y'all got any questions about what it is I'm expecting y'all to do?
If I may repeat back my understanding of our duties so you can confirm them.
Oh, yeah?
We function as a service for those in requirements of blood who otherwise may not have the means or ability to collect for themselves.
Yeah?
Through a ritual of your capability and with assistance from a member of our own coterie, we will produce the necessary materials and then provide them for a reasonable and moderate cost, which we will be allowed to collect for our own purposes. And in conclusion, we are a service to the city.
Right. That is in general how it works. We got a driver. Ms. Lewis is going to be instrumental in allowing for essentially double the production at this point. And Mr. Fry knows the city and knows, well, he's very familiar with both your shadows.
Understandable. I suppose my only question is, how will we expect to receive these requests for blood? Are they going to be coming through an intermediary, or can we expect people to reach out to us directly?
Folks will call.
Understandable.
Most of them already have Cipher's phone number.
Very good.
For a while, it was just she and me and one of the gangrel fellers doing a lot of the driving.
The operation grew beyond the scale of your capabilities and, of course, the use of your time, I imagine.
Yeah, it's pretty close. We also try to get more folks to use it because there are competition for certain city services. We'd mostly prefer folks come to us because at least the price is out front.
May I inquire into this outside competition?
There's a fella named Vasile apparently was offering a similar service. My understanding is that at first it was fairly cheap, but the prices got a bit more steep as one got used to employing their services.
I don't know how many people we're feeding, but I should be able to crank out a pretty significant amount.
We
problem.
have currently 3 individuals that are not able to hunt for themselves.
Hmm.
That would be Ms. Pierce, my cousin Q, and the Toreador Primogen fellow goes by Strain. For medical or safety reasons, they cannot currently feed themselves.
Understandable.
So we provide for them full time, and anything they don't particularly need. I suppose I should also mention that there are a few ghouls that were abandoned by the last regime.
Colin has a brief, if the other two are paying attention. I know that Charles is probably going to pick up on this from what I know about his abilities. Just a flash of hot anger and then cold anger across his eyes. And then it's gone. Charles, I know Charles from what I know is an insightful individual. I don't know whether or not Darlene would get this automatically.
Likely not. She is keeping her eyes on the Sextons at the moment.
The ghouls are fed from a rotating roster from the council. Myself, a few other individuals in the court, enough to ensure that the bond does not take hold over them and that their condition is stabilized.
I'm sure I could accommodate that, plus an excess. I mean, I'll see how it goes once the business is up and running, but even those that are able to hunt.
We like to be able
accommodate
to
them as well.
we like to be able to have a bit of an emergency backup. Well, not everybody's means of hunting is particularly doable in the city at present.
That's
Man,
understandable.
I'll get to work.
Oh, good. That's very exciting. It doesn't have to be immediate.
It can be.
We can start getting things set up for. We already called the guy about that clinic space, didn't we?
Oh, absolutely. It's already in motion. Proper paperwork has been filed, and things should be set up within the week.
Right? It's a pretty easy role to slip into.
So, mostly you guys might want to take some time to get to know each other a little bit.
I'm sure that that would promote stronger cooperation and capability going into the future.
Well, and I happen to know for a fact 2 of you's first contact with anybody in the city was Miss She.
That's very accurate. Gave a very interesting perspective into the city and its culture.
She does tend to do that.
As Colin can tell you, and I'm sure no doubt Sifra has, Philadelphia is a unique city that faces a range of unique challenges.
What he means is this is a city for cripples, bastards, and broken things.
You're not one for the thin veil of politics, I imagine, then.
Oh no, I'm absolutely awful about that.
Noted.
But you know, it takes all kinds.
Yes. Takes a village, as they say.
My husband is the speak softly type. Whereas I'm more of a carry a big stick.
Charles, behind his eyes, you can feel that information being filed away into different boxes, and then placed on different labeled shelves, to which he finally responds, I'm glad to know the city has such a diverse leadership at its helm.
Now, two of you already know, but given how much of me is covered, Mr. Pacifico,
Hmm.
I am a Nosferatu. Just for clarity.
Every clan carries their own weight to bear.
Oh, well, every clan except yours.
Well, thankfully, other kindred have made their own weights for us to carry.
I need you to know, and Ms. Lewis, I need you to know as well. We don't do that here.
I'm sorry, do what?
Your tattoo. We don't do that here.
Charles does look directly at Darlene, and just there's the glint of something behind his eyes as two gears connect, and another line is etched into whatever mental transcript he has going on, and then he just turns back.
Charles, possibly Darlene, because this does concern her, may notice that Colin doesn't react, which may give the automatic assumption that he already knew. So he came into this knowing a bit about the two of you.
Murdering Cadith for entertainment is not something we do either.
I appreciate being informed of this fact, and I look forward to living in a city that lives up to those standards.
Darlene is just keeping as polite a smile as she possibly can, saying nothing.
Yeah, I will give. There are several. Even though Charles is a good liar, there is no undercurrent that does not mean to say that Charles isn't calling her a liar, but there is the deeply worn, like lifelong understanding of I will believe it when I see it in practice.
I would also appreciate if you were a bit more discreet around certain very young individuals.
I was told that I was not allowed to lie in their presence. They, in fact, told me that it would physically harm them.
It would. She tends to have something like an allergic reaction. You can, however, refuse to answer.
Colin gives Charles a side, slow head turn of, what did you do?
Charles
And
does.
he gets defensive, like
Yeah.
actually small boy starts to puff up.
Yeah, Alicia sees Charles match her eyes, and there's very little to tell behind his gaze, and he says, if I am being asked to hide the nature of the world, as my sponsor, I am not in a position to deny your command, and I will do so going forward.
I am not asking you to hide. Perhaps, though, one piece of horrific information at a time.
In that case, I will moderate my flow of information. I appreciate you letting me know before I continued with that behavior.
Right, so Seifer has something that she wants you three to do. Mr. Fry, you still carry them Legos in your trunk.
Absolutely, ma'am.
You're going to want to get those.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an acronym?
It's a building block.
Think of it like Lincoln Logs, just a bit more advanced.
I presumed it was a code. I am aware of the Lego Corporation. I am not that old.
Just checking. We got a few folks. I'm not sure if they'd know what those are.
Colin does some mental arithmetic of how old are some of the people in this city, not knowing about the Ancilla Coterie and some of their recent discoveries. Oh, Colin.
Charles
Gears turn in
nods.
Geraldine's head, and she comes to the conclusion that we are going to go see the cousin that was mentioned. There's nobody else who had Legos mentioned. But that's all in here.
Very good then.
Oh, she does say, if we're, should I have anything prepared alchemically on my end when I go?
No, I don't think so. It's
Okay.
fairly safe down there.
I meant,
There is something I'd like to ask, ma'am.
Yep.
Last time we went down there, there was a sign, counter sign that we had to give. It was something like, "Oh, walk into the parlor, said the spider to my fly." And then it was like, "The way into my domain is a spiraling staircase." Do we have anything like that we have to say again?
No, you're just going to want to make sure you follow Seafra step by step.
He looks at the other two like, "Yeah, don't. If you have to, literally hold hands with me. Don't get lost. It gets confusing." Yes, ma'am.
This-
All right.
Absolutely. We appreciate the advice.
And I don't think you will have had the pleasure of meeting someone quite like my cousin. I would beg those of you who have not met him to show him the exact same amount of respect that you would show me or my husband.
His
Those
position.
of you who are looking carefully at John, specifically Darlene,
mhm.
you would notice that at the mention of Alicia's cousin, John gets this angry, sad look on his face. You can tell that even thinking about this particular kindred stirs something powerful in the prince.
You will, after all, be crossing into his domain.
Of course, a kindred is king in their own domain.
The under is his domain.
Sorry, can I ask something?
Well, of course.
Okay. Is he the flyer?
He would be the fella that would be interested in being able to partake in that particular activity again.
Okay.
Recommend you meet him first.
Okay.
Very good then.
Well, I reckon y'all ought to toddle off and figure out where it is your Fey leader got to. John and I will see ourselves out.
May I give you two something before you go?
Sure.
Okay.
I didn't really bring any gifts for y'all.
That's
Now I
not.
feel bad.
Darlene will just like rummage in her purse and bring out a box, the nicest box that she would have been able to scrounge up without it being missed in the haven, and she'll hand it over. Inside are two fireskin alchemies with instructions, basically stating the basic description that you will not be harmed by fire while these are active. This will cause like a heat along your skin that will cause damage by touch. That's in writing. And another one is like a little, it's a poorly drawn picture, but as best that she could do, that's just like a stick figure with fangs downing this. And then they're like in flames, but they're smiling the whole time, doing her best. And there is another page that stated that this is added to the portfolio. This was something she forgot to mention, that if she ingests blood of a certain resonance, Darlene is able to duplicate low-level disciplines of the other clans, and that she does lip read and can communicate in sign language.
Always full of surprises, Miss Lewis.
I hope not.
Thank you for this.
No,
Thank you for this very thoughtful gift. And he'll hand the box to Alicia.
Alicia's gonna go full hug.
Darlene freezes at first, but then like she leans into it, and tries not to get teary eyed. Doesn't really succeed, but she leans into it. She squishes a bit. It's not nice to touch, but no, it's like a big time. It's a big feelings moment.
Hell. I forgot how strong I can be sometimes. I didn't
That's okay.
break anything.
No.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Anyway, be nice, please. It would do Q some good to meet small folks. Right. You ready for date night? Or is this another one of those missions with the sheriff?
After the last one, I promised you I would take it easy. Well, tonight is my turn to pick the movie.
Is it gonna be that one again?
The Count of Monte Cristo is a classic.
I mean, it is, but we've watched it like 8 times.
And this continues as they toddle out the door together.
Have fun with the Chateau d'If, Charles says as he closes the door. The second the door's closed, Charles's face goes from smiling to immediately neutral again.
Hey, gray man. What's your name again? He points at Darlene.
Darling.
Right. We're about to meet somebody. We're going to be as polite as we were just then, bearing in mind this individual could probably snap you in half. But if it gets to that point, I'm probably going to kill you first. Don't be mean. Don't be bitter. I don't know what the fuck you did to... Seifer's not in the room, right? Yep.
No, Seifer's still
She left.
prepping the berry patient.
You. I don't know what the fuck you did to my bean. I'll have you. I'll eat you.
It's
and he like shows his mouth and like he actually pulls his teeth back. And you see this is not a normal vampire. Possibly not one you've run into. Less rare than Seifer, but not common. And it is a bucket of... a dentition like a bucket of smashed crabs. You see fucked teeth. You see rows of what looks like anglerfish teeth. Like rows like a shark, needles. And he pulls it back a little bit. I'll kill you. This is a person who's been through a lot. I'm not going to mince words. I don't have to do that with you guys. Not yet, at least.
It's very
I'll eat
impressive.
you.
It's very impressive that 3 seconds after swearing an oath not to assert undue influence over your fellow members of your coterie, that you are threatening to kill me unless I secede to your way of thinking. That's a very
Hopefully,
impressive use.
You will
your
see
abilities.
this. Hopefully, if you are a moral person, you're going to see what I mean. I'm going to give you You're probably going to get the Ninjago. You're probably going to get the city set. He'll probably find a way to make something to do with it. I was wondering about this, so I'm going to give him Bionicle and see if it works or not. So we're going to learn. There is an individual. How much do you know about gargoyles? Both of you.
Me or Mr. Pacifico?
Charles
Both
is looking at Colin like he's waiting for a response from his comment on Colin's breach of the oath, and he is not saying a word about anything else until he gets a response.
So you presumably don't know shit about gargoyles. There is an individual who was multiple people. He means a lot to a lot of people, and some very bad things have happened to him. He is somebody who is innocent. Things shouldn't have happened to him. He didn't ask for a lot of stuff to happen. I am defensive of this person. It's complicated, related to Alicia.
I'm not here to hurt anybody.
I'll give you both sets of Legos. This is a person who has been harmed. They're different. They may talk weird or differently. And he slows down and he tries to articulate something. They've been hurt. It sounds like you know something. He is scarred like the two of you, different than me. He's got the silver thing going on. He was wounded. There was a war. And a lot of people are very defensive. People scarier than me are going to come after you if you kill me before anything. If you get away from him.
I'm not planning on killing you or anyone.
He looks the two of them up and down. You're both new. You're going to see some weird shit.
Allow me to make myself perfectly fucking clear, Colin. You will retract your threat against my well-being, or I will cease to be anything even remotely considered cooperative. I swore an oath. We are under contract. Retract your threat, and I will go back to being a pleasant, merciful, kind fellow member of this coterie. I don't fuck around with promises, Colin. I am a man under contract.
Do you remember the part about honor and integrity? Since we're talking
Very
about
much
contracts.
so.
Somebody that I met recently wanted to experiment with this individual and see what would happen. Please do not be like him.
I didn't read the part of the contract, but that was my fucking problem. Retract your threat against my well-being, or we will no longer have a pleasant relationship. I am one of the clanless. I am beneath the lowest of the low. All I have are the promises and oaths that I can hold you and your kind to. Retract your fucking words.
Yeah, I can work with that. I promise, as a contract, I, Colin, will not harm you under oath that you do your best, your utmost, to respect this individual.
Charles holds out his hand.
Do you swear under the fullest extent that you will carry out, that you will honor this person and understand that they have been harmed? And also give him a set of Legos.
I feel this is a good amendment to our oath. Yes, if you will uphold and protect my well-being and physical handling, I have no problem treating this individual with all the respect and integrity I would have if you just upheld your initial words. Now, can we shake on it, and can we get back to our fucking job?
Yeah, I'm gonna like you. And he holds out his hand, and he offers it to shake with Charles.
Charles takes it, and he smiles, and I'm gonna fucking hate you. Now, let's get back to business.
Labels. Jelly spoons. It is at this point, after we have had big emotional moment that I would like to do a quick check-in for player safety. How are we?
Hey, okay, thumbs up.
Are we doing colors?
I got 2 greens. Yep, colors is good.
I think blue would be appropriate. So for
Okay.
blue, Colin is intensely defensive of this individual. Book is fascinated. This is Colin probing and also vibe check. I am
Okay.
fascinated, and I've talked with Spy about other stuff in the past. Yep.
Me and Book already had a discussion about our moral and character differences. But yes, Charles is very defensive over his life, and if he's going to be in the city full of Camarilla agents, he does not particularly like or respect. If nothing else, he's going to hold them to their words. And Colin has been nothing but a threat to him and his well-being in the short time they've known each other.
Okay, it's safety tools. Big fan of the safety tools around here.
To go over again, since it has been about a month or two, we have also talked between Spy and myself, Book, that's fair. That one person is of lower morality, another person is of higher morality, and one person is very concerned with their protection of ghouls and other individuals and stuff going on, and another is very invested in who they are, their clan, and their story. And we have both talked about how we will work around that.
Okay. Like I said, big emotional parts. Gotta make sure it's not bleeding.
We're totally good. I love Book.
So, after this kerfluffle, what's the plan?
I believe we have a delivery to make, don't we, Colin?
3, at least.
Minimum. Where's the Lego?
I'll get the trunk. And
Lovely.
then he goes out, he retrieves a set for a city builder for a hospital that is from about the 90s. He retrieves one for the original run of Bionicle for the brown masked individual who does rock magic. And then he retrieves a set for Ninja Go. And he hands one for Ninja Go for building a castle with a set of ninjas that would be fighting each other, one in white and one in black. And then he hands the one for the hospital city builder to Darlene Lewis. And he holds the one with the brown rock caster Bionicle for himself.
So, y'all gonna figure out what your shadow's doing?
Yeah, if he goes out to the car and he doesn't see her, he's gonna start going through the building like, does he hear anything? Does he hear her keening? Does he?
It's prepping.
Okay, because she was working with the berry and lifting. So does he see her when he moves through the building?
He would see her if he goes downstairs to the morgue.
So that would not be along the way. Yeah, after he gets the packages and hands them to Charles and Darlene, he would actually start looking. Sifra?
What?
We're getting ready to leave. We're gonna go see Q.
Ooh, we're gonna do that today? Okay.
Is Rowan coming with us?
I don't know.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see him. Do you want to take the blue car?
Yeah, we can get in my car if you promise not to get too hungry.
I mean, I'll do my best.
It's really bad for the upholstery.
We can take my car. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but hopefully it'll be fine.
I prefer to take my own car, if at all possible. I'm happy
Oh.
to transport others.
Yeah,
That's
you're
a
a
lot
driver,
of cars.
right?
Yes,
You got enough seats?
I have enough for 4. 5 if someone's willing to ride middle.
Yeah, I've had to do that before. If Rowan shows up, I can ride middle. I ain't got a problem with that.
If Rowan shows up, he'll be here in a van. But I think he might actually be out on a call.
That makes sense. All right.
Apparently, something really messy took place.
Okay. If it's a problem, I take it we'll hear about it.
I imagine so.
All right. It's your ride. Where do you want me to sit? Real quick, Charles, do you have a tarp or do you want me to get one? Just
I've heard that you get squishy.
good, you're informed. Do you have a tarp? Do you want
I have.
towels? I have a bag.
I promise I'm a courier. I have tarps in the back. Make yourself comfortable. I can always give the car a deep clean. We
Oh,
are coterie mates. We're supposed to forgive little slights between each other.
oh, don't forget to turn off your cell phone.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your memory.
Do you have a Faraday bag or Faraday bags or compartment?
I have a place you can store them.
Yeah. All right. This one's work, this one's, and he goes through it, and they're both old, like, I'm talking like LG NV3s, 2000s. You can remove the battery from them.
Perfect.
Does that SIM card out. He puts it in a small, like, Ziploc to start with. And then he, like, hands them over to Charles. You got other rules?
Nope. I just don't like traveling with technology. It's a personal thing. If someone wants to find me, they're going to find me, but I like to make it as hard as possible for them to notice I'm there in the first place.
Does anyone talk to you about the wildlife?
Unfortunately so. But, nothing you can do about that. And I can't hurt them. So just going to have to deal with the fact that if someone wants to know where I am, they're going to find
They
out.
already do.
Yeah.
Do you know about the fairies?
I know they exist now, which was a significant turn. Are they also spies?
Maybe. There's a blue man. I don't know how much fit another individual has shared about that. I don't know what else is going on. You got any coal iron on you?
I've never purposefully sought it out. I did only learn that they were real like a couple days ago. And I tend to find if you're packing a weapon meant to kill someone and you meet someone, they tend to get the wrong idea about your intentions, regardless of what they are.
Run to a
Also, it's really
lamppost.
itchy.
Fair. Run to a lamppost if there's a problem. Seifert will probably be able to tell us if there's a problem. A lot of old lampposts apparently around here, and old fixtures in Philadelphia.
Great.
Where do you want me to sit? It's
They
your
have a
place.
lot.
He will turn it. He'll turn it. He'll say, "You can make yourself comfortable in any seat you want." I apologize. I haven't had given you much of a chance to speak. Do you prefer Darlene, Miss Lewis?
Oh, Darlene is great.
Darlene, then.
Question. If possible, Darlene would like to pack some alchemies with her.
Mhm.
And if there are any spare blood bags, just in case, who knows what happens, she'd like to take those as well, if they can.
So, bags, no. Really interesting, intricate little bottles, however.
Sure. I mean, if she's allowed to take them, absolutely. How breakable are these bottles? Oh, what are these bottles made of, actually? This could get interesting.
Ceramic.
Okay.
So glad
Yes,
someone took
if
a
she's
pottery
allowed
class.
to take them, she will.
I suppose that's our merchandise then.
Yeah. We've been trying to work on getting other types, but this is what seems to work best for whatever it is that Mrs. Sexton has to do to it to make it palatable.
I can crank out the medical blood just as soon as I get access to it.
Okay, so we're gonna go in the sewer.
Okay.
I assume we'll be driving to an access point then and then moving from there.
Yes.
Perfect. Charles checks a map to see where the nearest parking lot he can stop at near that location is.
Seifer's gonna point.
He'll circle it.
For the place we get through, are we going to need to hold hands to go through, or will just being like close to you and within sight of you not be so bad for getting lost?
Oh, we're going in through the old city spur. So just There will be a couple of places where I tell you to, like, avoid the middle.
Okay. Was the old city spur the place that Colin went through with Sharky, Cal, and Finn, or was that a different entrance with anything different happening?
This one is an abandoned subway station.
I think that's different. All right.
Yay! Okay. I'm sorry. Can I sit in the front because you guys are significantly shorter than me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
Good to see you all. I'll go turn the car on. And Charles will prep the car as soon as everyone gets in. It's very clean on the interior, except for there's a few like pop cans and energy drinks that it looks like he like regularly refreshes and keeps like some of them are empty, some of them are half drunk to sort of simulate the fact that a living person who drives a lot lives in there. But other than that, it's impeccably clean. It's old, and you can see as soon as you get in that Charles has stripped everything that like could be digital from the car. Like he's redone the lights. He's got like a CD player that he's definitely like installed in there, like one of the old models. And the glove compartment is just filled with different like bootleg movies on discs and like CD tracks that he's burned onto CD and then scribbled in pen what's on the CD on it.
where does the phones go after he's gotten into the car since he's handed him the Ziploc bags?
He physically moves the middle console, revealing a little hidden compartment and says, you can drop anything you don't want people finding in here.
2 work phones go in, and he makes a note that they at least go into there. All right.
Anyone else got any? Nope. You'll be free to retrieve them as soon as we're done. And if somehow we get separated, I'll just put them back in the lobby for you to find when we get back to the Haven.
Colin looks over at Darlene with sort of a semi-sad look. Like, I really hope this doesn't have to happen, and I'm sorry if it does. He throws down a beige-ish tarp and then throws down a beige-ish towel, hopefully closely matching, but probably not exactly matching what upholstery for most cars would be, like a tannish. And then he like looks and gives like a, I know what you said, I still don't feel good about this. So there is actually a sense of, there is something that makes this weird asshole uncomfortable. And it's something to do with Charles knows. I don't know if Darlene knows yet, but he throws it down and then he belts himself in. And he does
Darlene does not know. She looks at the tarp, mentally asks questions, and says nothing.
Charles smiles as he turns the car on and says, Colin, if it wouldn't perturb you too much, and I do apologize if it was, you should probably warn Darlene just so she isn't the one person feeling out of the loop. We should share information freely between us, after all. I can describe it as well if that would make it too uncomfortable for you, from what I understand.
Oh, no, I'm used to being uncomfortable. This is... Right. So we went through a morgue. Have you seen bodies before, Darlene?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Have you seen advanced decomposition in like humid weather before? Unprepared, not like taken care of or like actually formaldehyded up and done up for a funeral or a viewing or anything like that.
I had a couple of possums get into my dryer hose once upon a time. I'd say that's about it.
All right, so that's something. I want you to imagine those were left there for about 6 weeks before you found them. And while that is hot, I don't know how humid the dryer hose would be. But
they were kind of like jerky when I found them. Poor things. I wish I knew.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely the heat. That's not the humidity.
Okay.
He like fidgets with one of his teeth with one of his thumbs, and he takes out a fake cigarette and he like actually just reflexively does something remarkably human, and he tries to breathe in through this ceramic cigarette that is for people with the oral fixation from past smoking, and pulls on it, breathes out, in addition to taking in another breath for needing to talk for vampires. And if I get too hungry, I'm going to ruin upholstery in here. You will smell death. I will get melty. I will look like a body that has been in advanced decomposition. So, scientifically speaking, it's going to get messy. I apologize if that happens. I don't like it. That's not what I chose. Just part of me. I don't expect that to happen. My understanding is it's something specific to me, not even normal Hikata stuff. And the Hikata are weird. I understand if you have to crack a window. If it's in like a confined space, I will also try and move away from people if it happens. I got some Vicks. I got little things that can help. Sorry. And Charles apparently
it's okay.
knows I will try not to move. I am sorry if it happens. I will
It's okay.
be, yeah.
Um,
You
Nobody's
might.
perfect. It's okay.
Thanks, darling. I appreciate it. And he like gets this, yeah, okay, we'll see. Sort of look. The same look that Charles had a bit ago of like, I believe it, I'll believe it when I see it. Colin definitely echoes that of, yeah, okay.
Meanwhile, Seifer's just picking up some of the half-full energy drinks in the car and is just drinking them.
Yeah, as she finishes one off, Charles just grabs it, puts it in a trash can, cracks another one from like a cooler underneath the tray, and just leaves it out there.
Darlene will occasionally try to pick up an empty can and like slip it into her purse.
Just what?
Because you never know. You
Oh,
never
yeah,
know.
absolutely.
You never know what you're going to need for your crafts.
He looks at this. He looks at. He knew about Seafra because he's heard the honey and milk thing before, and he looks at Charles and he looks at Darlene. He's like, whatever. I know that they can do something with blood. Maybe it's involved in it. And he looks at Charles like, can you eat?
I'm a corpse. Of course I can.
Up. There are ones that can. One of the two bigwigs can actually drink wine.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Oh.
I mean,
Oh,
no idea why.
Somebody named Mix LeClaire told me it's because you're better than me. Which fair, but like
Charles actually has a moment where he stops and he goes, I wouldn't say that. We all have our weird quirks and talents. For example, I can't bite someone's head off, but I can drink wine, so I feel if it's a luck of the draw kind of thing, you lucked out there, buddy.
Colin makes a face and he closes his eyes and he gets a pained expression and he smiles and he's very much like, I appreciate the platitudes.
Charles does pick he catches it in the mirror and he goes, sorry, I am aware that every blessing comes with a bane. Sorry that you're dealing with yours. I mean it.
Do you though?
You are very good at talking.
Do you mean it?
Charles does. He doesn't like even people he hates. He doesn't like to see them suffer.
And that's one of the reasons why you're better than me, Colin says.
Charles shrugs his shoulders and says, there are a lot of people in this world who I think it would be better off if they weren't there, but if they gotta go, why would I want them to suffer? The reason I want them to go is
some people.
I mean, the reason I want them to go is I think they make people suffer, so.
Yeah, there are a lot out there, and that comes with both mortal and our kind. Some people carry that over, some people get worse.
Yeah.
It's like Mr. Alicia's dad said, death is a mercy.
Did
Truer
John
words
get that
never
from him?
spoken.
Did John get that from him?
Oh, yeah. Lots of people picked that up from Senor Santiago.
All, right?
Alicia's dad, yeah.
Right. Just putting the first name and the last name. Charles, he apparently likes spiders. He has a spider room. Don't know if you know about that yet. Darlene, same deal. You don't want to go to the spider room. Just little information. And Colin makes a face when he hears that. Yeah, whenever I hear something, I'm absolutely going to share it if I think it's important. Spider room, important. There's apparently rules attached to it. There's 4 rules. You know what? We'll get into that one later. That's complex. But yeah. You know what? Yeah. You don't have to worry about it for now. We're going to see Q. It's going to be fine. It's going to be good.
Alrighty. So I gotta ask, how long have you been in town, Colin?
May 6th. It's been a ride.
And you, Darlene?
How long has it been? Like a few days, a week?
Yeah, about.
Oh, about a week.
You guys heard about the T-Rex?
Please. Please tell me there wasn't.
Okay, so you might have heard about the T-Rex.
I don't think I've heard about the T-Rex, and I'm
You
really
didn't hear about
hoping
the T-Rex. Okay.
a real
so,
T-Rex.
For a given version of real, it was a stolen skeleton from a museum that was flesh crafted onto.
Shit.
Yeah, not a fan of most flesh crafting myself. I've run
It's
into.
been exploded.
Yeah, but that doesn't solve the part that somebody made it in the first place, and they haven't been exploded, have they?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We
so,
don't really know who made it. But Robo
Hi.
exploded it real good.
What
Do you hit
a-
him with a peg or something?
Yes.
Good.
They stole a
See.
T-Rex skeleton?
Yeah, that's the part I'm caught up on
Like the
too.
whole skeleton? Like,
I mean, there was a lot of flesh attached to it, and it was not a T-Rex exactly, but
what were the security guards doing? What?
oh, fucking no.
What had happened was that actually became the Fledglings Haven, the Natural History Museum. But then something got stolen, and then they moved out.
I would too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, we're almost there.
Like the whole T-Rex?
The whole T-Rex. The whole thing. Whole shebang. Big old meaty Saurus Rexosaurus. Y'all know about the flowers?
Well, I don't know. Can we just walk into the Natural History Museum and...
Yeah, there's a
I don't
bunch
know.
of things left over. Do y'all know about the war?
The coup, yes.
Or
Violence. I would call it something you're gonna learn about me. I'm a massive coward. I don't like violence, especially coming towards me. No, the war. Coup is a very pretty word for a lot of people dying. It doesn't really do it justice. The people who were here before John Sexton the Fourth had some problems, and he's like putting the smoke to his face, and he's like, they were like other Camarilla cities, like not good. Yeah.
Yep. I've been through them.
Colin looks at Charles and they like presumably make eye contact through like the rearview mirror, and he like gives him a look of like it was bad.
Charles gives him the nod of like, yeah, it was bad.
Yeah. If you weren't pretty, so he waves at everyone in the car, we'd all be, and he like nods like thoroughly to Charles.
Yeah. Would have made this
We're gonna have to
delivery
get
much
caught up
harder.
on some stuff.
Lovely. Well, hopefully we'll have a chance as we're walking, because here's our parking lot.
And as we enter the parking lot, we have been going for approximately 2 hours, which means It's time for a break. 10 minutes okay for everyone? Get water, do bio? I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back. We have stopped at the parking lot near where the sewer is. Everybody is talking. Colin's been sharing some things. Meanwhile, Seifra has been sitting in the front seat with her hands clamped together and a 1,000-yard stare into the rearview mirror.
Is she looking at one of us?
Nope, doesn't appear to be looking at anything.
Hey,
This
Dean she.
is something Darlene might have clocked at some point if it went on long enough. No.
This is something Darlene might have clocked. I imagine that she also suffers from very similar.
Yeah. Relatable. She would have kind of put her head forward and say, Seifra? You okay?
Fine. I was there.
Where?
Here.
The car?
The city. During the war.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure it was bad.
Yeah.
Is it going to make things better or worse if I hold your hand or something?
I'll be okay. We should go visit Q. We should definitely go visit Q.
Moonlight is burning.
Okay.
Colin gets the packages out and hands it to Charles and Darlene and gets his own package.
Thank you.
Oh, good. You've all got Legos. Wait till you see what he's got down there.
Watch your step. It is very pretty though.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go in through the subway station, and there is a maintenance store near the back. I'll just let you know when you should step around certain areas.
Understandable. Kindred do love their security.
Okay.
And Seifra gets out of the car and starts walking toward the station.
Charles gets out, pats himself down, and waits for everyone else to leave the car so we can lock it.
Colin makes sure he gets the work phone and the other phone out and looks around the area. Anything feel off?
You want to give me a wits and awareness?
Yep.
Gimme. Anybody who wants to is welcome to roll that wits and awareness.
I'm not gonna bother. I know what Colin's pool is compared to Darlene's, and I'm gonna sit this one out. Yeah, call me when you need some alchemy done.
Charles will make an attempt.
I could. Why not? And I want to make sure everything's safe. Yep. One better.
Yes, and that's right there. 3 successes.
Not bad. Not bad.
Good job.
So, what you notice is not a lot. Do any of you have special sight or hearing activated?
Second sight.
Charles is not blasting Eyes of the Beast like he's Spirit Halloween skeleton right now, so no.
Aw,
Second sight is
why
awesome.
not?
Does anything special happen when he uses his Auspex power of special sight?
The sense the unseen?
Oh, pardon. Yeah, sense the unseen.
Not really. There are a couple of flashes here or there of what look like some kind of like energy, but Fuck if you know what it is.
All right.
It is not a long walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charles has to manually go around and lock each door with the key because there is no fob. He has removed that functionality.
If it is
Colin
not a
could,
long
like,
walk,
pray.
Darlene will conserve her resources and hobble.
If it's one of the older cars, he would have Colin would have just reflexively pushed down the lock and then closed the door for his own self. But if you want to check it, Colin is nodding approvingly if you try the door handle to make sure it's stuck. It's actually stuck good.
Charles is a courier. He every much like they say about firearms, every car door is unlocked until you've checked it.
Charles, you would notice one slight thing that may strike you as awry.
Mm-hmm.
There are rats everywhere.
Yeah.
Raccoons, a possum.
When the rats appear, Darlene looks more alive and happier than you've seen her all night.
Colin waves at the rats.
Charles' smile goes plastic and he pretends not to see the rats at all. There is no use fighting what you can't change. And Charles will quicken his steps to follow after their shadow.
One every 20 feet, buddy.
You know, if I'm really surprised. Oh, who am I kidding? They probably control the government. There's sure not going to be any pest removal ordinances being passed, is there?
For a subway station? Probably not.
The power of politics.
Oh, for what it's worth here. He opens one side of his jacket like the merchant from Resident Evil 2. He pulls out a small little baggie, like the size of a jerky bag, and he offers one to Charles. And you see that it is wasabi peas. And he's got a second one ready to hand to Darlene if Charles accepts it.
Charles tilts his head and goes, "May I ask their function?"
I figured you knew. If any rats come up to you and they start trying to say something and it sounds like the word package, or if it sounds like other words, they're trying to communicate with you. And if you want to let them know you're chill or you just want to be nice because they got memory, give them a handful of these. They're wasabi peas. Same to you, Darlene. They're cute as hell.
Thank you.
No, I know it sounds well. No, yeah, it does sound crazy. Yeah, that's fair. So,
No, I love rats.
Incredibly clean, nicer than a lot of people, mortal even that I've known. Never mind the vampires, and just incredibly clean. Did you know that rats will actually get food for injured rats who can't go hunt themselves? They'll do that. That's crazy. Not a lot of animals do that.
Very, very community focused of them. And Charles will accept the bag and say, "Thank you, Colin."
Just be careful of the rats. Be careful. Be careful a lot of stuff. Be careful a lot of stuff in Philly. Okay, yeah.
You know,
it's weird.
For a city I've been told is so much more accepting. I've received more warnings in my 2 days of being here than I normally do in a month of staying in any other city. It feels
because.
No, I was just gonna say it feels like whenever they say everyone's welcome, it's less of a we're accepting everyone and more of a desperate we need someone to actually choose to stay here, please.
I like that you're observant. It's more also the fact that in this city, people want to give you warnings because I want to have a working relationship with you, and God help me, I think, like Philadelphia compared to other cities. Other cam cities, they don't give you warnings. Why? Well, my suspicion would be that they want you to mess up so they have leverage.
That's true.
Instead, how many Camarilla cities have you been in that want to set up infrastructure, like a feeding plan, having domains people can easily get to, something like the equivalent of a soup kitchen? You ever heard of that in another Cam city?
Charles opens his mouth to say yes, and then realizes that Sabria's in the room, so he cannot talk about the homeless people cattle plants that he saw in a Cam city once. So he instead shuts his mouth and he goes, I've seen some inhumane infrastructure in my time.
I'm not looking to go to hell. I don't think it would be the same as that. Colin says that very matter-of-factly. And if it's the three of us running it, if I have a say, I don't want to do anything like that.
Huh.
Alicia seems... she's a wine drinker. I think she would be okay with me not doing the thing that I think you're talking about. And he looks over at Charles, looks at Sifra, nods.
All right, well, I'm just trying to make it through to the next night, just like everyone is, so yeah.
Cheers.
Tonight is Lego.
And wasabi peas. What a good night.
So as y'all follow Sifra into a pretty derelict building and to the maintenance entrance, you guys just having this conversation?
We're not in public, right? Like we're in...
No.
Yeah.
There is
Charles,
clearly no one around but
Yeah,
the
Charles-
animals.
I wouldn't be talking about some of this stuff if I was out and
Yeah.
about.
I assumed we were far enough into the subway station that we were now past the maintenance tunnel area. But yeah, Charles is very tight-lipped whenever there's any risk he's in a mixed masquerade area, let's call it. But
Mixed company. Nice.
Looking at the chat, Darlene is basically just keeping her mouth shut and listening. But yeah, if it is a bit of a walk where it would help, she'll like pop an alchemy so she can keep up and maintain her dignity. So depending on who's paying attention, she fishes a little something out of her vial, chugs it like a 5-hour energy, and her gait is much smoother. She moves much better. It's just not, strictly speaking, natural, but it's not nearly as clunky as it was before.
Charles turns over his shoulder and sees that and goes, huh. They weren't kidding. So you're an alchemist, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
She's being modest. He had a whole business proposal.
What if she actually believes it, though? Like, you have to understand the girl's self-esteem. She's not trying to be modest. Like, that's genuinely what she believes.
It is against objective fact, however.
Okay, but like if I leave some ice cream for you in the freezer, and some roommate that I didn't know about comes along, takes the ice cream out, and I text you and say, "Hey, there's ice cream for you in the freezer," that I bought because I know you like it, then I didn't lie.
You did.
I just disappointed you. But that's...
Well, that other roommate disappointed me, but this is an objective truth.
Okay.
Just like Charles is an amazing driver, that is an objective truth.
That's true.
Okay,
Charles does believe it. He's just modest.
Yes. No. Darlene does say, kind of, yeah.
Colin's watching Darlene, and something that Charles definitely would pick up on is that Colin couldn't get a prompt out of Darlene earlier. So this is one of the few times that she's offering anything on herself, and he's just dead silent. There is no threatening, there is no posturing. It's observations, like one switch to one mode of operation to another. If one thing didn't work, now he's just watching her and observing and studying her. to see how she's operating.
She's trying to mask it as best she can. Like, she does move her legs and move her feet in a walking type of motion, but the pace doesn't necessarily correlate to her
No.
velocity.
Distance.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to want to step wide around this part.
Charles does so without missing a single beat.
She does her. Darlene does what she does.
Now Colin has to keep up because he's the one with the shortest legs in the Amazonian, the normal height guy, and then Darlene who can glide over the pavement basically. He's like, God.
Charles does slow his pace. He, like, as soon as he hears Colin protest, he actually does like half his pace so that Colin is able to move at a comfortable gait.
Thank you.
If Colin looks like he's struggling, Darlene will extend a hand and say,
Colin is now struggling.
"You want a hand?"
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
He's trying to keep
Airborne
up
momentum
and-
lets you support the weight of one more person. So,
What is it like? Actually, what happens with Colin? Because now alchemy is involved. What happens?
what does Colin do? Does he take Darlene's hand?
He took Darlene's hand because he thought she was just going to like start walking and like partially dragging him along, and he's used to that too.
Okay. She will just kind of take his hand and glide at his pace. If he stumbles at all, like if there's any weight placed on it, then she will boost him. It's
Probably
kind of like if you were in a swimming pool and you had like a floaty to
So he's
help
about
you
to
stay
eat-
aloft.
So he's about to
except
eat
this is
shit at
when you're
one
walking.
point.
Yeah,
He's absolutely about to go down.
You have a ground floaty that's
then
holding
he's-
your hand and holding your arm.
His dentition's about to get a little bit more bucket of smashed crabs, and then he realizes that gravity doesn't play the same now. And
Oh,
he's
hey, are you okay?
what the?
She supports him. Her arm doesn't feel good. It does not feel,
It does not feel army.
Different.
yeah, no.
That's
If
squishy.
you can feel that there is some profound degeneration and crackling.
He
and some
looks at
lumps
her.
and bumps that
So
shouldn't be there.
first is the wow. It's like I'm swimming through water. It's like the air is thicker, and then the second is, joints aren't supposed to make that crunchy grindy noise. And then he's gonna like look at her, let go, and then like, okay, my bad. 1, 2, sorry, and 3, that's weird, but cool, but weird. I'm just gonna go at my
Darlene
pace.
clocks none of it. She just knows that she was taking Colin's arm and then he let go of her. So
Charles,
Cool.
would
Duly
you like to
noted.
give me a wits and awareness?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Charles, before he makes this wits awareness, just has a moment where Darlene's floating Colin, unless that's what the wits awareness is for.
No, that is not
No,
what the wits
yeah.
awareness is for.
Darlene is
imagine-
floating Colin. He's met Sifra, who has opened massive doors with ease, and he simply accepted that the women in Philadelphia are just built different. They're just built different. They that's just an acceptable truth. And then he's gonna make a wits awareness.
I figure while they're distracted with the falling down, Charles would be like, "Oh, what the shit?"
Mm-hmm. You know what? I will spend a point of willpower on this because Charles does care to keep an eye out on this case.
I like it.
3 successes.
I'll take it. This is a maintenance shaft in a defunct subway tunnel. Sifra is wearing white from head to foot.
Hmm.
Her suit is clean.
Hmm.
The walls are clean. The floor is clean.
Hmm. Charles Was it like this the whole way through, or did we feels
It's
like we
been
passed a threshold?
It has been getting steadily more
Cleaner.
clean before
Gotcha.
we go in.
Perfect. Yeah, Charles clocks that, and he does say out loud, "I can understand why you wore white. This isn't a place I would be concerned about getting filthy in at all."
Q takes good care of the place.
I suppose then that's what Q spends all their time doing?
Not quite, but you'll understand in a couple minutes.
It's really cool.
So there is what appears to be a door that would look more at home on something that was meant to be waterproof. A ship's door, complete with a knee knocker. If you're unfamiliar with what ship doors look like, it is a piece of steel that is about mid-calf level, mid-shin level, and it's to keep floodwaters from moving from one place to another. Like, this is an airtight, watertight gasket style heavy door. And Seifer's just turning it like it's nothing.
Yet more
Colin's
evidence
seen
to the
this before.
theory.
Charles would probably clock that Colin's seen this before. Colin, if nothing else, is very expressive.
He does actually out loud say, "Sifra, when you learn the powers of potence, I am terrified for the floors you walk on surviving your gate."
That's probably why Mrs. Sexton won't teach me how to do the high jump.
And the architects of the city of Philly thank you for it.
There is a slight squeak, like the door could use a little bit of oil. And now I want everyone to roll wits and awareness.
Can Charles take half for 2?
Yep.
I can't do that. If I do that, it's going to be a dice pool of 1.
I'll
mean,
take half
that's
for a
okay.
quick
My hunger
0.
roll. This is just like my hunger roll. I'm not gonna willpower it for now.
Okay, this is a sliding scale. So even if
Okay.
it's 1 is fine.
The curse continues.
The dice bot is a vengeful overlord.
It has not been quite as vengeful for you guys as it has been for some of the other coteries.
Yep, I was there for the fledglings. That's fair.
So you all hear singing. This is a deep masculine voice singing. The key is variable. It doesn't quite sound like anything you really quite remember. Darlene and Charles can hear the lyrics, though. They are from the movie The Hunchback of Notre Dame. And the song is Out There.
Charles holds back well, at least they have a sense of humor. And he instead strains his face and goes, "They've had a lot of time to practice, it sounds like."
Won't resent, won't despair. Old and bent, I won't care. I'll have spent one day out there.
And Seifer's just holding the door for you, like, go on ahead.
Charles nods his head and takes the lead.
Colin's eyes crinkle up a little bit, and he walks through. He makes sure that Darlene can walk through fine with her gate and everything being a little bit messed up.
Thanks. She's still gliding, and she goes through.
Nice. He just shakes his head and keeps walking.
And Seifer's going to pull the door shut and use her weight to lean back against the door. This is clearly a heavy piece of metal. And then start.
Thanks, hon.
Okay, keep going.
Charles will continue to lead the way until someone either stops him or he encounters something.
As he's walking through, in the same manner that Finnegan did the very first time he came through here, Colin starts shaking the box of Legos. And he like nods, like, go on to the other two. And he tries to mimic what
Am I supposed
Finnegan.
to shake mine too?
Yeah. And then just like how Finnegan did it the first time he walked through.
And what Charles sees first, and what Darlene would see next, and what Colin already knows is there. There is the entire cityscape of the city of Philadelphia. Every building, every river, every bridge in perfect photorealistic detail. Made completely out of Legos.
Oh. Charles pulls out his little tourist map, and after a few looks between them, goes, brilliantly detailed.
My
Colin smiles and
Oh
looks
my
down.
God.
And the next thing they see, O Lord of the Under,
The next thing they see is what at first appears to be a wretched monstrosity of twisted flesh and stone, shambling from around one of the larger buildings in the cityscape. The streets of this cityscape are wide enough for even the largest of you to move around in freely. He appears to be cleaning his model, a feather duster looking as though it is a paintbrush in his hands, as he hums to himself and dusts the various skyscrapers of the city. As he turns and looks at you, you can see this large stone beak protruding from his face. He gives a lopsided, stony smile. Hi, Sifra. You brought friends.
yeah, you've met at least this one.
Yes. The goopy man.
Not today, but yes. Hey, man, I told you I'd bring these this time and see if you liked them. I got them for you.
Oh.
And he holds it up to this motherfucker.
The creature reaches out with stony claws and just kind of takes the box from the man and runs it over, flipping it over and over in his hands. Oh, this'll be a good one. I can put this in one in my room. We don't really have a lot of these in the city, though. So I won't go in the city, but I appreciate it.
I'm happy to give this, and I'm happy that you like this one. There's some new people with some new sets for you too.
And he reaches into the ragged shorts that cover his lower extremities and pulls out what look to be crumpled cards. Greetings, visitors. My name is Quasimodo, Lord of the Under, but you can call me Q.
Pleased to meet you, Q. Just Q is fine?
Yeah.
Q. Charles Pacifico, courier for the Midnight Express and member of the Meals on Wheels Coterie. I greet you and thank you for offering hospitality as we enter your domain, Lord of the Under.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do that. Yes, as Lord of the Under, I grant you hospitality.
I thank you for your good nature and willingness to do so. And in return, I offer you this gift. Charles hands out the Lego.
Oh, this will be really good since they had to remodel the hospital.
Well,
Darlene smiles and hands over hers as well.
Oh, this one's a good one too.
Charles clocks that Darlene hasn't made a formal introduction, but he does not draw attention to it unless someone else does first.
So, you know how we sometimes come down and deliver?
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes it's me, and sometimes it's Rowan, and sometimes it's Mitch?
Yeah. And sometimes it's Miss Alicia, and sometimes it's Mr. John too.
Right. So we're going to take that over. So more often it will be one of us. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that these were friendly faces.
Technology, isn't it wonderful? Okay, we are back online.
I just wanted to let you know that these were friendly faces, just like that time we had Mitch come down.
I like Mitch. He's not much for conversation, but he's friendly.
And Ernie.
Oh yeah, Ernie and Percy get along really good.
He's pointing or indicating just like this fat old possum that is sitting on top of a Roomba when he says Percy.
Charles turns and nods to the possum respectfully because at this point he's like, sure, you know what? Why not at this point, right? Maybe they also are a 20-foot tall monster that can kill him instantly. He doesn't know. It's Philadelphia. It could be anything.
Nope, it is just a possum on a Roomba.
It's just a fat possum on a Roomba.
That's what they want you to think.
Darlene is delighted. She's not like jumping for joy or anything. She's still pretty subdued, obviously, but like she looked at the possum like, this is great.
Are there mice and possums and other animals hanging off of Q like last time? Because they were like on his shoulder last time with Cal and the group.
Oh yeah.
He's like, hi guys, I don't remember all your names, but it's nice to see you again. Hi guys.
Darlene,
Mm-hmm.
you would notice that some of these rats that Colin has greeted warmly as though they are old friends don't look like normal rats. Some of them look a bit mutated. One of them has an almost insectile face. The other, a few eyes too many.
In Darlene's mind, she thinks, okay, there's some Samitsi in the city. Perfectly normal.
Charles knows nothing about Clan Samitsi, and so if he takes half on an int medicine, which I believe would be 3 successes, I'm sure he can identify this is not a natural mutation.
No.
Yep.
These are not normal rats. These are not normal mutations. Everything about everything down here, except for the big fat possum, screams unnatural something. Like even the creature standing before you, who is this warped, bent, massive individual that has what looks to be stone melding into flesh and flesh melding into stone in some parts. This living gargoyle, something that you might see at a spirit Halloween or something like that, is just walking around talking to people, kind of sounding like Lenny from Of Mice and Men.
Charles feels he should be frightened of Q. He knows in the primal little spark of humanity inside of him that he should be frightened. But in video games, there's this concept of iframes, where the idea is after you've taken damage, you have a set amount of time before you can take more damage. And after meeting the Seneschal, the Prince, Alicia, Sophria, like after meeting all of them, like I feel he's still just in his iframe tracker where he's like seeing the gargoyle and he's like, not the craziest thing. You know what? The Seneschal was taller and Q actually has a face I could look at that's vaguely somewhat humanoid.
He's got eyes.
Yeah, he's got eyes. Like this is fantastic. There's a fat possum. I know what a possum is. So Charles is just smiling and nodding.
And it's moving around on a little Roomba going around the place. He's just chilling, vibing on top of it.
Yep.
And
Yeah, he's just vibing, booling.
Well,
for her own notes and her own motives, Q's frame. Does Q have the missing wings?
You
Have we
cannot
seen his
see
back?
that
As it
from
were?
where you are, but you have
Okay.
not seen his back yet.
All right.
he looks over to Colin, who seems to know what's going on. He says, Colin, I do apologize, but I do want to make sure that I'm not rude. And he lowers his voice for Colin. He says, would it be rude to inquire into the nature of this construction, or should I not mention the Lego?
The city? And he's
The
like
city,
talking
yes.
to him.
Yes.
Yeah, he likes the city. He made this. You ask him about it. He probably knows
Okay.
tons of details.
I think the photorealism in this display is exceptional. Do you use photo references? Do you have a scale model that you modeled this model off of?
I used to fly around the city a lot. I know every part of the city. I know the up, I know the down, I know the left to right, and the front to back.
Hey, would you
And
like to show him
he-
where the bank used to be?
Oh, yeah, they're rebuilding that now. And he turns. And as he turns to lead you deeper into the cityscape, you see atop his shoulder blades what look to be two angry mounds of indigo blue scar tissue. Anyone who has spent any time around blood sorcery would know what this is. But I don't-
anyone who has medicine can give me an int in medicine if they want to try to make a guess.
You know what? Charles absolutely will.
Absolutely
is-
will.
This is
And
exceptionally interesting.
Colin gives a look to Charles and Darlene, and this one he shakes his head at. This is one of the
No.
things we don't ask about.
Anyone who has experienced branding at the hands of the Tremere would know exactly what this is.
Do I need to roll in medicine at this point? Is there anything to?
No, you do not. This is clearly sealed brand.
Okay. Yep.
Somebody was a dick.
And for spy, holy fuck nuggets, dude. So you've
Go off,
seen
King.
this before when you worked at a community that was a little bit of a hippie-ish, crunchy little bit when you were alive and practicing medicine. This, particularly this coloration, is what happens when people consume or utilize on their skin too much colloidal silver.
Hmm.
It is that blue-gray that comes with a silver overdose.
Charles marks that in the back of his head, but he has listened to Colin's little shake of the head, and he is going to just file that information away and smile and move to Quasimodo's sort of side, so he's like still in his like peripheral vision as he follows him along.
But it does seem strange, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because Charles would be very well aware that kindred regenerate.
Yep. Charles does have a tiny bit of understanding of how the Duskborn sometimes are, and he's got a theory in the back of his mind, but this is not the time nor place to voice it, is it?
Colin is repressing anger,
I-
but he nods approvingly at Charles.
I was going to ask if any of Charles's kids are branded.
Charles.
And you don't have to answer that. Like that's just okay. Yep. Noted. Sorry.
2 of them. Two
Yeah.
of them are.
Yeah, Charles has seen it. And you know what? Yeah, Charles is a tough man to read, but you do see him look at it. But while Colin is sort of fighting back anger, Charles is fighting back a misunderstanding, like almost like he's 2 pieces of information are not slotting perfectly together in his mind. He knows that brandings exist. He did not know that they could work against those who weren't of the thin blood. But he's just filed that away, and he's plastic smiles, polite eyes, and following cue with a vigorous nod and an open ear to listen.
Colin's swallowing the outrage, and he looks at Charles, and Charles is just showing over and over again. He's a very social character, and Colin is learning this is one of his specialties. So he actually is like starts walking behind Charles and lets him be close.
The president, directors, and company of the Bank of the United States, more commonly known as the First Bank of the United States, was chartered 214 years ago. It currently sits on 3rd Street, and Mr. Omadra kind of blew it up a little bit during the war, but they're fixing it. And it was founded in 1791 and went defunct as a national bank in 1811.
You're a student of history, then.
I know everything about the city.
That's very impressive. I admit that as a visitor, formerly, I had no idea about anything at all. What would you say the most impressive building here in Philadelphia is?
The most impressive building? Well, the most impressive building from an architectural standpoint is the Comcast Tower, but I really don't think we should talk about that building. But the second most impressive building in the city is One Liberty Plaza. It stands as a testament to the Art Nouveau movement, and is at one point in time was one of the tallest buildings in Philadelphia before they built the Comcast Tower.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate you sharing your knowledge.
What's your favorite statue in Philadelphia?
My favorite statue would have to be the Rocky Balboa statue at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Did you know that they had to move it from the top of the art museum stairs to the bottom because there were approximately 15 fatalities a year, but there are still 5 fatalities a year?
No, I didn't. But that's cool. Thank you for telling me, man.
Fatalities from what?
Fall
And
off.
Darlene like
most-
says this out loud, realizes that she spoke, and like pulls back. It's
Mostly fatal cardiac events, because people, they don't think that the art museum steps take a lot of energy and effort to get up, but they do.
Everyone thinks they're Rocky Balboa until they reach step 57.
It's usually more like step 25, and then they drop over from a massive coronary.
That sounds about right, Q. Yep.
Yes, that unfortunately sounds very, very familiar. Well,
Gotta
either
feel
way.
for the EMTs.
Happens to be. Either way, though, I appreciate you opening your domain up for us to travel. Are there any rules I should make sure to know of while I'm passing through your domain?
Oh, yeah. If you see, and he again rummages through the pockets of his pants and walks over to an empty piece of concrete and draws what looks to be a circle with an X like through it. If you ever see this symbol, don't go down those tunnels. Bad things happen to people that go down those tunnels.
X3. Charles takes out a little notepad and draws the symbol and then writes that down.
I had to make sure that my friends knew the symbol and that it was easy to remember, because well, that's how Rocky and Bullwinkle got the way they were, because they went down a bad tunnel.
I apologize by making an assumption, but Rocky and Bullwinkle being the rats?
He points to the two rats perched on his shoulders.
Understandable. I rather like my limbs arranged in the formation they are, so I will make sure to avoid it. Thank you for being as generous as to mark those paths down.
Yeah, I like to make sure that everybody that is supposed to be down here stays real safe.
Exceptional. And I will continue to bring offerings as I need to make use of your hospitality.
Oh, you don't have to bring Legos all the time. Sometimes I like picture books. Mr. John brought me a picture book of helicopter pictures from the city, and it helps remind me of the times when I was able to fly.
Well, I have a considerable number of photos from my travels around as a courier, so I might be able to bring you down some to see sometimes.
Do you have other sky pictures?
Oh, plenty. I used to enjoy taking photos of the sunrise.
I think I would really like to see those if you want to bring them down sometime.
I'll consider it an equitable trade of our domains and make sure I make some time later to do so. If the shadow would allow me some time off of work of my duties to do so.
Oh, right. You mean me. Yeah, you guys all have plenty of free time.
Just
want to
don't
make
get
sure.
lost.
Of course. Just want to make sure I'm not making promises that conflict with my other arrangements.
We work for Q too.
Well, yes, but I want to make sure I don't make Q a promise that makes our benefactor mad. After all, I understand that you all are very, very close, but the last thing I want to do is say something that puts you all at odds with each other.
You talk like Mr. John.
I will take that as the highest compliment in this case. Or if you meant it in the other way, I'm very sorry.
It's okay. Sometimes Mr. John talks and my brain just goes,
I'm going to tell you, I've had the same experience.
Yeah, he did that to me once when I first met him. I was surprised. I don't like being surprised. Yeah. No, they're both very precise.
They know exactly what they're saying before you even know what the conversation's about.
Yeah.
Very precise, very polite.
Oh, Mr. John's very, very polite.
Well, Q, I do apologize for stepping back for a moment, but would you mind if I just take a short stroll through your city streets? Give my compatriots some time to ask any questions they need.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Charles turns away. His face falls the second that his back is turned to everyone. He takes a breath and he takes a brief walk through the street to regain his composure.
There's a few different things I wanted to wonder about. Is this the best place to meet you? Do you have other places we can drop stuff off if we're coming through to give you stuff?
Here's good. I'm usually in the city.
All right. Next question would be, do you have any dietary requirements, anything especially? You know how some people need certain kinds of blood that they got to taste. Anything like that?
No. Anything that Miss Alicia sends by is usually good enough.
Gotcha. All right. How often do you feel like you need deliveries? Every day? Every 2 days? How often has it been in the past?
Sometimes it's 2 sleeps. Sometimes it's more. But
all right,
usually 2 or 3 sleeps, and then I get hungry again, and then I make I send one of my other friends, and then the food comes.
Colin's mentally filing this away because he's incredibly intelligent. He's used to memorization real fast. Book is writing this down, however. He looks over towards Darlene Lewis like, anything like this? Like, do you have any questions? And he's going to start, I'm going to start writing stuff down.
Darlene is already, she's still like psychologically recovering from speaking the one time she spoke, and she's kind of watching. She's background. Like a ghoul.
Fuck.
Like a ghoul. Kind of like a ghoul, honestly.
Colin notes that, and he's getting a little bit like, we're going to have to work on that in his head. Those are the immediate book questions. Is there anything I could roll to know the appropriate or best questions as a new member of the Meals on Wheels Coterie to take care of business? Politics? No, not politics. Occult? Occult? Question mark? No.
Let's call it
Intelligence,
charisma and
resolve?
etiquette.
Etiquette. Yes, a famous dice pool that Colin
Or
is
you know
great
what?
at.
Since you're trying to think it through, we'll call it intelligence and etiquette.
That's so
I might roll an intelligence and etiquette if Darlene, if that's
Go
the
for
roll,
it.
if it's okay. All right.
Yeah,
Can I
go
give you
for it.
one assist dice, maybe?
Do you have any dots in etiquette?
No,
Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll take a rain check
How
on
about
that.
moral support? How about moral support? How
Yeah,
about you
do
just
you
like
have
tell
any-
Darlene
His-
that you're doing
his
a great
support is
job
amoral.
It's a new
and
person. She likes this.
you know.
Colin the social butterfly.
Colin's, as G'day so eloquently put, Colin's support is amoral at best.
I don't think we're gonna be doing any super fighty stuff, so I'll go ahead and burn a willpower since. All right. Okay.
Okay. Storyteller, we got 4 successes on an intelligence and etiquette. Anything that
Oh,
would stand.
No, I am sorry. I rolled 5 dice. That should have been a dice pool of 4. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. Let me re-roll that.
That's okay.
don't know.
We'll just drop off that hunger die, and we'll call it
Sorry.
4 successes even. No worries. It happens. We're flexible here. Well,
Thank
not
you.
me. I have to take so much grunt candy to maintain my flexibility.
So, you've definitely heard Q mentioned more than once. You know that this is a relative of some sort, of someone you know,
Mm-hmm.
or at least someone you knew.
Yep.
And you know that he seems to be hurting, and he has mentioned flying more than once. And Darlene happened to mention to Alicia something that may fix that,
Yes.
however temporarily.
Darlene will, with all the bravery that she's got in her heart, will tap Siofra. And
Yes.
sorry. Mrs. Sexton, she had a conversation with me about using the alchemy so that Q could fly again.
You can do
Not
that?
permanently, but as a
You can do that?
yeah, it's in the portfolio. There are side effects, but yeah, it was.
Okay.
I mean, if he misses it, I don't know. I don't know if I bring it up now or how I'm supposed to, or if it.
Do you think you could explain the possible side effects?
Well, they kind of happen at random, and there's no real way to anticipate them. Sometimes sometimes it's really mild. Like sometimes somebody just they puke and they're over it. but it can, there are instances where it can kind of get to their head, where they, where people like actually dig into themselves a little bit before it passes. It just happens at random. While the flight is, while the effect is happening, there's no problem. But once it's run its course and it's over, then there's some sort of side effect that kicks in.
Oh,
Sometimes they're really mild, sometimes they're not mild.
I don't know. For all that his speech is a little bit stunted sometimes, Q's not a baby. You could ask.
Okay. Should I ask or should somebody else ask? Somebody knows him. I don't.
Well, I mean, you can do it.
All right. This is not like an etiquette problem. This is Darlene's like psychological state problem. Oh, okay. Okay.
You're the one who can like make the magic, right?
That team effort, really. But Lord Q.
Just Q.
Q. Hi. I was having a conversation with Alicia about there's a couple of skill sets that I have, and one of them is the possibility of sharing some of my abilities. Basically, I can fly. Well, not really well, not like Superman, but
Hi.
yes. And she mentioned that might be something you would want to do. Again, I couldn't make that happen on a permanent basis, but I can do it for a few hours.
Even a minute of flying would be a dream for me.
Okay. The thing is, when the effect wears off, there's some sort of a side effect that is typically going to manifest. And sometimes they're really mild. Like sometimes you might just throw up and then it's done. But sometimes the side effects can kind of act as almost like a delusion, and people have been known to inflict a level of physical harm on themselves before it passes. So that's available anytime you want it. If you wanted to take certain safeguards for somebody to kind of have your back, in case the side effect when it wears off is something that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for you to go through alone.
I don't think you understand, pretty lady.
Okay.
I would cut off my own arm if it meant I could taste the sky again.
Anytime you want to, just say the word.
Do you have it on you now?
If Darlene has the components, it's basically, I think per the rules, she just cooks it and Q drinks.
I would literally give it an investigation check to go hunt those for you like now if they're available around here. That's not an etiquette check.
If it is, if they were available, Darlene would have bought them with her. If the ingredients are available, she tries to keep the ingredients on her person so that if a situation comes up, she can slap it together, chug it, and
So give me a reminder as to what the components are to fly.
It is, let me pull it up. The bird blood is one of them. Champagne, possibly sparkling wine. We ain't picky here. And there would have been human blood of a couple of different flavors. I don't know if there are resonances that would have been available that Darlene would have been able to collect during her time. She certainly would have asked. Like
Probably not currently.
Okay.
The dead do not typically contain resonance.
All right. Then she would need sanguine and choleric. helium, which, she'll buy some balloons from the grocery store, and scopolamine. You can get that, I think, any average grocery. So really, it would just be the blood with, I don't know if it's over the counter or not, scopolamine patches. Or Dramamine. Let's see. I know the Dramamine is over the counter. Let's see.
We do have, I think, the bubbly at the Coterie Haven, at the morgue in a fridge. That would have been mentioned in the past, I believe.
Scopolamine is over the counter. So the only thing would be blood with certain resonances. If she was able to collect that sometime during her week, if she was able to basically work her own persuasion and go out and wander and stock up, or if Colin or Charles have those resonances, that might work too.
Colin's got an investigate pool, and he's good at something called profiling, and he could probably find somebody with that.
So, what are your blood resonances, gentlemen? What is your normal vibe?
Colin's probably a choleric individual, if I understand correctly. We may have caught that. He might be a little bit of a spicy boy. Small package, lots of emotional issues.
I think melancholic defines Charles very, very well.
So you got at least one of the two resonances.
Yeah. Sanguine resonance. That is potentially the challenge, unless there is somebody present here who
Happy and
has a
cheerful
heart that is
individuals.
easily made glad. That's all I'm going to say about that. A heart that is easily made glad.
Sephra would be an individual with that specific blood resonance. However, there are some side effects for drinking Fey blood.
Does it make you high? Yeah, right?
Oh, yes.
Well, that's what we
Yeah.
want to do to Q. We want to get him high.
No, that's going to be Darlene. We're both. Darlene doesn't mind.
Oh, right, because she's an Ethaner, the not fixatio kind.
Yes.
Right.
Oh
That's
yeah,
gonna be
no,
funny.
she's a frat boy.
All right, paramedic. Looks like you're carrying another person.
LHD!
Oh, wait, no. At least you could literally throw Darlene over her shoulder for one thing. if she
Alicia
needs to.
could bowl Darlene. So yeah.
I look at Seafra and I'm like, I'm very good for this. You good for this?
Who has to drink it?
Her. And then
that
him
would be
afterwards.
me.
You should know. There are some side effects.
Okay.
Fey blood is a drug.
I've smoked a little, in my life. I'm not. I was
It's
kind of
a-
wild in my 20s.
It's a hallucinogen.
Okay. I mean, if y'all don't mind, I don't mind.
So you
Hey,
be
Charles.
kind of tripping balls.
Hey, Charles, you're a real sociable, potentially very calming person if you potentially very calming person if you try. You ever trip set somebody before, Charles?
Before I worked in an ambulance, like a lot of people, I did some work in raves and festivals. Someone needs to babysit drunk rich people. So
I have no idea what that'd be like. I guess it'd be very entertaining for the firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics who did it. Would you be willing to sit Darlene if she was tripping balls on something?
So long as you understand my experience is only with chemical substances created by science, I'm more than willing to use all the techniques I've learned.
If you need assistance, you can tell me what to do as a trip sitter, and I agree to it.
Okay, so do we have a cup? Q, do you have a
Colin
cup?
opens his jacket. Oh, Q, do you have a
You'll
cup?
you'll hear Q go, before he toddles off. You see him walk over to what appears to be one of those old-timey treasure chests. One of those wooden and iron banded treasure chests. He lifts up the lid and kind of with a finger digs through the contents before gripping and pulling out one of those ornate Mardi Gras pimp cups. It
That's
even
cute.
says in like faux diamonds, like the plastic diamonds, it says pimp on the side. He goes, I got this.
That'll work.
And he just hands it to Sifra.
And Sifra's gonna take it. And I need somebody to call a high or low for me.
Hi.
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 Oh, nice. Oh, hey, we're sharing the brain cell. Looking good for the coterie.
The collective impulse.
It was just a premonition of what's to come.
Oh. Okay. So here we go. Shite. Sifra just starts pulling blades. Holy shit, Dice, help me out. She's got 3 different rather large blades on the table. Her suit is fairly skin tight. This is like Toontown level of pulling weapons. Fucking finally. After 5 pulls, she finally pulls out a very small sort of ritual knife.
Baby knife.
Sifra, you know I've got the throwing and the butterfly if you needed a... Okay.
As she starts, pulling out the jacket of her suit a little bit and putting some of these irrationally large knives back in there.
I'm
No one
with you,
respects-
Charles.
No one respects any laws in Philly, not even the laws of physics.
Hey, man, they got to grease the poles. I don't know what to tell you.
Darlene was completely anticipating that she would just be feeding directly from a wrist or something. And she's like, all right.
So Sifra, rolls up her sleevey, puts a trigger warning, self-harm, tiny little cut on the inside of her arm so that she can bleed arouse into the cup. So let's bleed that rouse. And not get hungrier.
Colin, when she's done with the cup, looks at everybody, smile, looks to Q and gives a more authentic smile. Trigger warning, same deal, self-harm, and rolls up sleeve, rolls up jacket, followed by long sleeve shirt. There's scarring under that arm. That he's got a long sleeve shirt on, turtleneck sort of deal, and he's got undershirts, and he starts to roll it up. In addition to his face being messed up, like he's got that huge scar along, and he's got cuts over his lips and his eyebrows. He looks like he's got like messed up scars, even just on a little bit to like mid forearm. Cuts it, squeeze his cup, and what have we got? Nope, hungrier. So we're going to 2. We are getting closer. Not there yet, but closer.
The upholstery quivers in fear.
Is Colin finally going to have an episode where he goes through the entire thing and is not goop?
We've done that
God,
one
I
time.
hope not.
This could be the second time, maybe. But across months, only once so far. Yeah, the Bren Franklin house. Other than that, something like 7 sessions.
Okay, so you have the blood that you need.
And I guess he hands it to Darlene. And he looks at Charles like, if they're going to do anything crazy, I'm here. And here we go.
Charles is doing everything in his power to act as normal as possible, because the only thing that makes a trip worse is everyone telling you, oh, it's going to be so bad. Oh, it's going to be awful. So he is acting as if this is going to be the most blasé, easily dealable thing that he's ever seen in his life.
Should we move outside? Like, will this immediately kind of do the thing?
It will, but it's not involuntary.
Okay.
Like
so
you don't float up like a balloon. You control. You can control whether, like, I mean, Darlene is like, oh, the fucking jig is up, and like floats up a couple of feet off the ground, and then sinks, and sets her feet back on.
okay.
It's
That's
voluntary.
pretty cool.
I mean, like,
Oh, if we have to go outside, I should do this. He draws in a big breath and vanishes before your very eyes.
Okay, but how are we going to give you the thing now?
what?
Oh.
What? What's a
Secret can see me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he's right.
Sure.
What does he have to do?
Let me roll my rouse check. Darlene is brewing, and
Colin starts to look excited.
Hmm? She's up at hunger too, and he says, and she will just kind of pull off one of her gloves and kind of roll her sleeve up and say, "Okay, it should be cooked. You just take a bite."
Like straight from you, or can you bleed in the cup, or how's this work?
I'm gonna leave that open to the STs on the wording of that from Blood Sigils. But for Athenor Gaporis, the person drinks from the alchemist.
Yeah, it's got to be a bite.
Colin
Yeah.
Okay.
And Darlene is unbothered.
Well,
She like has her sleeve rolled up, she pulls the turtleneck down, and she's like, no, you just feed off. Like that you ingest the blood like I ingest the formula. So it's active.
so you drank the Seafra blood already, yes?
Yeah,
not
presumably
that
she would have she'll brew all of her stuff together. She has gotten hungrier from that roll. And
should we go outside? Like, is there an access point, like straight up, I guess he could go through? Or
If we have a creature of the supernatural who might be about to experience an altered state of cognition, I do not think putting them in a position where others might see them would be a good idea.
cool.
I can fly with Q and make sure that we are safe and above cloud cover, and you two can stay with Ms. Lewis.
Yeah. Hey, I look
That
at Colin looks at Charles, and Colin is like, "I'm under you for this."
That's
This is what-
totally fine. They'll just
Right.
need to drink from the alchemist, and the effects of your blood should take root pretty much as soon as you finish drinking. Q.
right. I don't know that the hallucinatory effect that it has on me is going to manifest in Q.
No, he'd have
As
to actually
strongly,
drink
if at
my
all.
blood, I think.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay. Then
you-
I'm ready to.
unseen
I'll just
to
say
the
the word when.
remainder unseen to the remainder of the coterie, Hugh gently cradles Darlene's arm in his currently invisible hands, leans in and takes what can best be described as the gentlest sip a stone and flesh monstrosity can manage. It is indistinguishable from any other kiss. Uh, this feels like any other kindred feeding from you. So there is that bit of ecstasy, that bit of elation. But as you feel his fangs recede from your skin, that elation, Darlene, does not stop. The world begins to dip and swirl. Colors begin to manifest and flash through your vision. The world becomes brighter, as though you were in a cartoon. You feel the loss of the passing of time. You are no longer aware that time is occurring, and you feel the sensation of falling. As you look around the room, you see standing before you what appears to be a pile of muck with two burning orbs of hellfire. You see an individual who is manted, insectile, as though they are a human-sized praying mantis with all the colors of the rainbow manifested in their chitin. You see an individual with two separate and distinct faces, one in terror, the other with a saccharine sweet smile. And you see what looks to be not a biblically accurate, but a pop culture depiction of an angel. Beautiful and terrible as the sun, wings spread wide, countenance smiling upon you, before the manted and the angel exit the room, leaving you alone with the pile of muck and the man with two faces. Congratulations, you are in the midst of a Feyblood trip.
All right. You're probably seeing everything a little different. So why don't you just keep talking? We're going to guide you through this experience. Remember, you are in control of your own reality. What you see and what others see of you is entirely within your control. You're just going to need to decide how you feel about what you're seeing.
Mr. Pacifica, is that you?
Who else would it be?
Says the man with two faces.
Well, there's could be a lot of people.
What do you see right now?
There's two friends here, but I don't see the rest of you.
It's all right. There's only two of us in the room except for you, so you are seeing something that is a reflection. What else do you see?
There's only two. Okay, then. Yeah, you guys look different.
That's fine.
You guys look different.
Different doesn't mean bad. We choose how we define the expectations others place on us. How do you feel? Do you feel joy? Do you feel elation? Do you feel... Describe your feelings.
I don't know. It's kind of nice to see everything the way that things look right now. I haven't. I don't know. It's kind of like that part in The Wizard of Oz where it was just, I don't know if you saw that movie. But everything's great, but it seems normal, and then the doors open up and you see Oz. It's everything looks so bright. Everything looks so bright. You look so different.
I'm glad you're not feeling distressed. Just remember to
It's
keep
just
breathing.
you, right?
It's always me. I may look different, but you can't change who you are deep down.
How many faces do you have? Really though, I mean, like for real. I mean, like we're Coterie-ing mates. It's totally fine. You can tell me. I would never hold it against you. For real. How many?
Every time I meet someone new, I start making another, Darlene.
Is this one for me?
I think this one is a good face for you. It's kind, like you are. And you're having a good time right now. Just remember, I know you don't need to, but keep breathing. I want you to keep feeling that air coming in and out. That's your anchor. It's going to stabilize you. Whenever you encounter anything that isn't happy and joyful, go back to that anchor, and I'll talk you back towards something pleasant, okay?
Are you happy and joyful?
I have so many faces that are, Darlene. I have so many faces that are.
You don't have to bullshit me. We're friends now, remember? That's Q. Q looks like Q. Lord Q. Lord Q looks like Lord Q. I'm sorry. Is he having a no wait? Who's
He
here?
said Q was fine. You didn't do anything wrong, Darlene.
Is that Colin?
Colin, why don't you say something?
Hi, Darlene. For what it's worth, I was waiting for somebody called Cal to do that, or maybe a guy named Finn.
Colin?
Hi, what's up? What's good? Hi, it's your boy.
The like pile with the like blazing red eyes, right?
Yes.
Okay, like Darlene just like stares directly at Colin, just like, oh, honey,
Sup?
oh,
For what it's worth, I'm
oh
very
my
happy.
God, guys, I'm so sorry.
Colin squints a little bit. Hey, what do you see?
The man
And
with
he
two
starts to
faces.
say-
The man with two faces, it looks like probably in the vision, he like puts his hand in the muck and he goes, she's seeing something that might be different. Let's not question her reality. Let's accept it for what it is so we can talk through it.
Sure, gotcha. Tell me what to say and what to do. Like he honestly, he said it, and something that Charles may get is that he's 100% on board. He gives him a thumbs up.
Good, good. We can ask her questions about what she sees, but let's not put any presumptions inside her mind. We don't want to paint her to paint a picture that isn't true.
How you
I
doing?
can, is he whispering this to Colin?
No, he's saying this at a
Okay.
reasonable volume.
I
He's saying this because he wants Darlene to not feel like there's anything conspiratorial going on. We're doing this to talk her through the experience in a calming fashion.
Hey,
Mr.
I'm fine.
Pacifico, I can hear you, and I know what the word presumptions is.
Well, of course.
It's okay.
Let's.
How are you doing?
How are you doing?
Are you asking me or each other? It's
No,
kind of
I'm-
hard to figure out where you guys are looking.
Sure.
I mean,
I'm looking at you. I was asking you, Darlene. How are you doing?
oh, everything looks amazing.
Cool. I'm glad I look better than usual.
I mean, I meant that as a broad generality.
Oh, okay.
I meant that as a, yeah.
He goes, oh. All right. I'm glad everything else looks good.
It does. Hey, guys, I'm a safe space. I just need you two to know that. I know I haven't. I've been a little shy about new social situations, but like
I can
I'm a safe
understand
space if y'all ever need to talk.
Like Lego bricks, the two sides of his face switch. So for a moment, the sad face is visible more than the saccharine, and then they switch back, and he goes, "Of course you are, Darlene. I see you like that as soon as I met you. I would tell you anything, but maybe not right now."
I'm not fishing for information. I'm not.
For what it's worth, this is something that makes me trust you more. Or if not
Okay, you
trust,
can.
I appreciate you because
Okay.
this is an act. People can say a lot of things. You did an act that makes me want to cover for you more because you helped somebody that I think has been wronged. So go you. The ball of muck blinks one hellfire orb eye and then the other. Like, okay.
I mean, if y'all want to fly too,
Uh,
I
I
don't even
appreciate
mind.
that. I will take it under advisement. I will think about that one.
Okay.
Looks like Quasimodo's not the only one flying right now.
Yeah, like Darlene has not made this much eye contact with the two of you all
The
night.
entire time.
This,
Oh.
this is more.
Yeah.
This is more words than Charles has ever.
This is the most she's
said.
talked in front of Colin, in fact.
Yeah, like
Sure. How about
hey,
this, Darlene?
I'm not out to hurt anyone, and I would never hurt either one of you.
I mean, that's a welcome change from a lot of vampires I know. I appreciate it.
You're
I'm
here.
very, very built different. I'm very built different, and like
Colin opens his
I
mouth, holds up a finger, and then it goes like, maybe not. And then showing, God bless him, the slightest amount of cognizance of what is socially appropriate. God bless this boy. He goes, maybe not. And looks over at Charles and goes, thumbs up.
Charles
He's
does
gonna let
return the
Charles
thumbs up. He saw that fight with your inner self, and he's just like, "Good work, you won, buddy."
Congrats. You didn't completely put your foot down your throat this time.
You earned that second dot of charisma whenever you want it.
Gold star, Chief. God bless you, Colin.
okay, but listen. I'm serious. Like, just hear me out.
Yep, I'm hearing you out.
It's pretty obvious. None of the three of us are having a good time with this. Like, y'all can because when Darlene pulled down her neck, you could see where this like the scars where the central line has been pulled, and when she pulled it up, where she ripped her stitches out, and just like I mean, like, and you can probably tell. I know how I look. I used to be pretty. Like I used to be kind of pretty in my own way, but like
Darlene, I
just
look
looking
like I've been
you
through a meat grinder. You're fine.
right, yeah, it wasn't always
We-
like this, but
We don't have to agree that fast, but fair enough.
yeah, well, okay, but
Charles puts a hand in the muck again with like two pats, like
Shut the
that's
fuck up,
rough,
Colin."
buddy. Yeah,
I'm
it's half
saying-
shut the fuck up, half that's rough, buddy.
like it's obvious this is not working out great. Like we didn't get the sexy power fantasy vampire experience, right? No, I get that. So like I know we have
Stephanie
some
Myers, and
personality
I get my
differences.
hands on you.
Yeah. When do
but-
I start sparkling, buddy?
What I'm saying is if we can just like be patient with each other and give each other the benefit of the doubt and just trust that we are all we all have a similar situation and a similar thing that we want.
Colin's making the same face as Charles is right now
Yeah.
at the word trust, and he like looks at him, and then Carl's is looking. Colin looks at Charles. Charles is making the same exact faces.
Yeah.
He holds up the finger, and he's like, "Well, not saying anything incorrect. I would say that Charles is taking care of you, and you took care of somebody who I believe has been taken care of. Therefore, I trust Charles."
I'm saying if we could just be patient with each other and give each other the benefit of the doubt, maybe we can be okay. The three of us.
I'm willing.
Maybe we just lie low and eventually the beckoning like It takes them all one day, and whatever world is left, we have that. Like,
Charles, the smile. Charles can't stop. A smile crosses his entire face. Like, for the first time, the sad mask. I would say the sad mask kind of cracks for a minute, and there is something deeply unsettling beneath it. And he pushes it back into place, and he goes, "Well, I think right now we all should take a breath. And you know what? I think, Darlene, you're right. I have not given either of you the benefit of the doubt. I come from a different city with a different place. Colin, I was very harsh with you earlier. I apologize. Can we start over?"
Hi, Charles. I'm Colin. I'm used to people eating me and treating me like nothing. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Colin. I'm Charles. I'm used to being run out of every city I come across, and sometimes I'm lucky enough to deliver my package and make enough to stay alive.
Mood.
Pleased to meet you. And Darlene, I'm Charles, one of the wretched outcasts, and I will do what it takes to survive, but maybe somewhere along the way I lost a little bit of my joy and whimsy, so thank you for reminding me.
Darlene, this is a beautiful moment. This is like Brady Bunch flute music playing in the background. Like, this is very, heartwarming. End the sitcom. The brothers that have been fighting all episode have realized that they're still family kind of moment.
anyways, well, hi, I'm Darlene. And with that, in her mentally blasted state, she takes down the updo, and she pulls the turtleneck down, like she doffs the jacket and pulls the turtleneck down, and you can see where the brand peeking up above the shoulder blades, the contours of her body, which look like hamburger meat, have the very deep pitting. There might even be a vertebra or two still showing right along where T-spine meets C-spine, and the various places of her scalp that have been eroded away that she's been trying to cover by keeping things up. So yes, we're all having a bad time here. Like, the Kindred Society doesn't really have much for the three of us, right?
Book has an idea. Colin starts to open his mouth and looks at Charles and decides, instead of telling the most blatant, immediate thing that comes to his mouth, he is going to try something Charles has been doing, which is to compliment people and to not immediately disabuse people of pleasant things instead of smashing people with harsh realities, as the truth may be. So in this moment, Colin says, trying his absolute best, bless him, bless. Yes, I agree with your assessment. We have not had the best time. But in this moment, I appreciate being near you.
I
is that-
appreciate being near you too.
It is at that moment, right as Darlene finishes saying, "I appreciate being near you too," that you can taste stomach acid and bile in the back of your mouth as the whatever contents remaining in your stomach, fly from your mouth and coat Colin's face.
Yeah, it kind of felt like that when I said it too.
However, now that you have had the
Darlene
remainder,
starts weeping and grabs her jacket and starts trying to wipe her vomit off of Colin, But in her eyes, he's a big pile of muck, and she's
Oh
not really
God, the
sure.
hands. Oh, personal space. Okay, we're good.
God,
We're
I'm
fine.
so
He looks over
sorry.
at Charles while she's babbling and like trying to fucking clean him up, and he's like, personal space, but at the same time, I'm not touching the person who's clearly got as many issues, if not more than me.
Charles
He's like got his hands in the air.
Charles sees that Colin is trying his best, and you know what? Charles can repay a favor done. He's going to say, Darlene, breathe. Focus on the anchor for a second.
I'm
breathe.
so sorry.
Nothing.
Oh my God, I didn't even mean to do that.
You have no idea the fluids I have been
coated
coated in, and the fluids that I become.
Colin is only going to be upset.
I'm sorry. No,
Colin is only going to be upset. Yeah, Darlene, can you listen to my voice for a moment, Darlene?
Okay,
Are you able to do that?
Okay.
All right. Colin will only be upset if you do anything else that will make him feel uncomfortable. You've done nothing wrong. He's accepted your apology. He's just going to take a second to clean himself, and then he will go back to talking to you. Okay?
He does this, snaps his fingers, finger guns at Charles, and then face shunk on his shirt.
As Charles and Colin are trying to kind of reassure Darlene, the world begins to settle back into reality. Charles becomes Charles again. Colin, though covered in fluids, becomes Colin again. The world settles back into its slightly muted palette.
I gotta mute myself. I'm losing my shit.
Now you know what I was like the other day.
And you feel this sense of reality settle back in as Sifra and Q come wandering back in, both looking happier than pigs in a sty.
I hope you had a pleasant flight, Q.
It was really good until I frued up.
Hey, you're not the only one.
Yeah. I think I might have frued up on a pagan.
They'll probably be fine.
It's probably put some fluids on someone else who didn't deserve it. The cycle only continues.
But we have helped one person who deserves some happiness. And he finger guns at Q.
You will
just look like she's dying
return.
inside.
A successful
kind of clumsily return the gesture.
A successful first outing for the Meals on Wheels Coterie.
I mean, sure. No one died.
Fucking Colin sees this man be happy after he was simmering with rage like he had a little French chef hat on earlier and in the Lord of the Undercity session. And he's like, I helped do what the gangrel haven't yet. Fucking go, Meals on Wheels. And Book just squeals and mutes himself for a second. For what it's worth, Colin absolutely does not care in the slightest for what the other two new people notice, that he's covered in vomit, just projectile vomit, not in the slightest. He doesn't
Darlene
even
has never seen Colin get hungry, so she doesn't understand how unbothered this man truly must be by this.
Unbothered, not yet moisturized.
She is mortified and sad.
Just he's beside himself that Q not only flew but echoed his gesture. That was really, Colin actually feels some happiness for now. Like, take that.
Sifra's just standing there with her antenna ablaze and her wings out.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you two seen this yet. She does that. That's another Philly thing.
Yeah.
Q is going to look over at Sifra. My head feels a little swimmy, so I'm gonna go lay down. You know the way out, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And Q toddles off with his animal friends who are kind of coming out from various different cracks and crevices and corners, and they kind of usher him deeper into the under before he disappears around a corner and off into what is the rest of his night.
Bye, guys. Bye, Percy. Bye, Rocky. Bye, Bullwinkle. And he like throws like a bit of bag of things, and before they go, he like treats the rats, and then he's like, deuces.
So I'm not. Should I ask?
The answer is pretty much exactly what it looks like.
Okay. Q's got a pump. Do you want to try to get some of that off before we get in the car?
I mean, I got a towel in the car. And I don't know if he brought one with him. It does sound like a Colin thing because him. But at the same time, if he brings it with him, it would probably get gooped too. So I leave it up to you if you would have a towel.
Charles does produce a small hand towel from his courier's bag because he always tries to make sure he can neaten himself up if something happens.
Cheers.
Darlene hands over her jacket.
No.
It's like, I'm
Only one
so
of those
sorry.
should be nasty
I'm
at
literally
any given
so
time.
sorry.
You have no idea, and I hope it takes a long time before you have an idea.
Right. So the pump is just right around.
Let's just get it a little washed off, and then that way.
He like
Inside-
flosses his mouth a little bit with the little hand towel and like gets it off his tongue for when she threw up when he was talking.
If we get it out before it stains, it'll be easier.
I won't even have to get rid of these clothes. This is fine. I can just wash this off.
I'll wash. Like I just like leave them by my room. I'll wash them. I promise. I am so sorry.
He does this as like, Charles, do the speaky good at her and tell her it's fine.
I believe we can continue this conversation back in our own private domicile and not under the hospitality of our guests.
Speaky good.
Okay. So
Let's return home, if you would not mind, our shadow and guide.
Yeah. Remember, we want to do a wide avoid, which means I would like you guys to do dexterity and athletics, though I will listen to arguments for acrobatics.
Arguments that
Hey,
Darlene still has flight active. I don't know if.
yeah.
That's fine. If Darlene is still kind of flying,
May I-
don't worry about it.
She's willing
Would
to
Colin
offer
be
an
like-
arm if anyone's willing to take it.
Colin is like, hey, small 5'7" Colin. You're like, all right, but if you would like to help me slightly, I would advantage you if you are willing to just help support me, and away we go. To take
Yeah,
her hand, if
absolutely.
I can get around not
Absolutely.
rolling that.
May I make an argument for dexterity survival as we are traversing treacherous terrain?
You may. I will accept that argument.
It's a pool of 3, 4, 5.
Dice pool.
Three successes.
Yeah, you'll make it. You managed to give whatever it was Seafro was telling you to avoid a wide enough berth. Barely. And everybody makes it back out to the car.
Before Charles gets in, he checks under the car, under the hood, make sure nothing's been tampered with.
Would you like me to throw a resolve investigate to aid with that?
Charles will actually step aside and allow Colin to do his work and say, you're writing it too if you're more skilled than I am.
Do it!
Yay, a dice pool that is not athletics or charisma based.
Give me the roll that beautiful bean footage.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. That's a pretty good bean footage.
Something he's good at.
There's a rat in the trunk.
Hey. Yeah. He like ushers the mouse out.
So flip, 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 flip.
Package.
Char-
All right. Yeah, I got you. Actually, no. Learning experience. Come here.
Charles nods his head and removes the bag from his courier satchel and offers a few of the peas to the rat.
Flip, flip.
Your toll, good sir.
Ow.
Colin makes sure both Darlene and Charles are watching and nods approvingly at Charles. Philadelphia, and says nothing more.
And then the rat scurries away.
Charles closes his trunk. And Colin, now that he's investigated the car, you will notice that Charles has all sorts of odd ends and bits inside of the trunk of his car. You could definitely check the trunk of this car if you need it to find something.
Something Colin is definitely familiar with himself.
Yeah, Charles slams the trunk closed, opens the door for everyone to get in, and if nothing else will stop him, he will take half on his drive roll, and there's probably not going to be issues going home.
What is half on your drive roll?
God, I love having competent people.
There will be no problems at all. And you will return, presumably, to the morgue?
Yes. Unless he's given a different address to drop someone off at.
Nah, folks
Perfect.
doing morgue stuff.
He returns to the morgue, hands everyone back their phones with an appreciative nod, and escorts and allows everyone to enter at their leisure.
Right, so shower?
Yep. You two need anything?
I will be returning to my room for the evening.
Darlene?
I'm good. Again, I'm so sorry. I really am sorry.
He points at his shower. And he goes up and goes to the nearest shower in the morgue.
That was pretty good. He didn't turn into soup.
Question. When he goes to the shower, what does Colin do with his clothes?
You bitch.
Oh yeah,
No.
I'm sorry. It just gets worse from here. I'm afraid that it
Yep.
just gets worse from here.
Oh, they're
No,
all
there's
going to
probably-
be pink. They're going to be
There's
pink.
going to be if she washes it with her clothes, it's probably going to be pink. No, it was full on projectile vomit. It's going to be pants, underwear, fucking undershirt, long sleeve. He probably no. He would take the appendix holster in with him and just clean it afterwards. And then he's going to take like a 15-minute shower, if that. And brings like he empties out the pockets. I guess I'm wondering if there'd be like a hamper or something, but that he would like.
Yeah, there's a hamper, but like, oh yeah, dude, it's like in your boots. It's
In the lip of the shoe. Yeah. Yep.
like
Projectile
it's
vomit.
yup. It's
Oh,
like
an emesis bag fry.
yeah, you are.
All right.
The entire front of you was just liberally hosed down.
Oh, memories.
The minute, like, if Darlene is able to get a hold of Colin's clothes without like invading anyone's privacy, she's gonna take them and like try to find Siofra or Rowan, whoever's close, yeah, whoever she can. Hey, Siofra, can we get? Is it possible to bring Colin like some pajamas or a robe or something for him to change into? That will fit him and is male-ish.
I'll try. I mean,
Actually, I presume that he wasn't going to put these on after he showered, so...
Roro's got clothes here. He's a little bit taller, but he could just like roll the bottoms.
If we could just like, I'm sure that he bought clothes in to change into, but if it's possible to leave like a robe or some pajamas or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Darlene's going to go wash these.
Is Darlene subtle about doing all of this at all?
No, absolutely not.
Wow,
And yes,
Darlene.
Darlene has a fair amount of mistakes that she has made over the course of her life, but she does have a child, and she is accustomed to doing laundry with bodily sewage on it?
Charles does not make a big deal of it. When Darlene returns from looking for clothes, he has left. Charles is going to check the trunk and pull out some clothes that he's scavenged from some time or another on the road whenever he needs to change outfits once or twice. And he's just sort of left them on the table without making any notes and retired to his room for the night.
Aw, he's helpful.
Don't tell anyone. It ruins his reputation.
Your secret is safe with me, bro.
After 15 minutes, presumably because clothing is not done over washing and drying, that in 15 minutes, you're going to hear a loud, "What the fuck?" from from upstairs. His clothing's gone.
Colin would find what appears to be just kind of odds and ends style clothes, probably very similar to the type of thing we saw Charles wearing anyway.
Probably
He
very similar
would
to.
also find a pair of silk pajamas and a matching robe, all in gold.
I swear to God, if this belongs to Rowan, I'm gonna. He goes through and like he'll wear his clothing as opposed to his primogen's clothing. Like we know that he's thrift shop core in terms of how he fucking wears his shit and shops around. Like he's got the flyer Philly versus all used secondhand stuff, and then he's like, Charles's like scavenged clothes. The way Charles dresses, probably nicer than Colin. Let's be real here. Man actually has an etiquette score and charisma above a number less than 2. And he's like, God fucking damn, grumbles the entire time. He will not flat out not wear Rowan's clothes or Rowan's pajamas. But he'll get the other shit. He's like, did Darlene straight up also take his jacket?
Yeah, I mean, was there vomit on the jacket?
Yes, there
Then
absolutely would
yes,
have
she
been.
took the jacket.
Are the clothes long sleeve?
Yes, Charles's clothes, everything he wears is long sleeve with tight necks and long pants.
All right, that at least works for Colin. So that the covering shit is something he'll be wearing and grumbling his way out to his car. He'll come in with a trash bag and then from his own trunk and then change into his own spare clothing because it might be reasonable for Colin to have spare clothing. Like, absolutely fucking not. And just the entire goddamn way. And then he just fucking goes back to the bathroom, changes back in, and then folds the clothes and puts it on the goddamn ground. We'll get there. Not yet, though.
Oh, do you guys mind meeting one more person tonight?
So,
No, not at all. Darlene
What-
says from where she's laundering.
Charles is
You
just trying to pour himself a glass of wine and he sighs and puts it down to come listen.
You guys could probably use a chance to just introduce yourselves to the other shadow.
oh, yeah, he's cool.
Right, we have another shadow.
Yeah.
Are either of the two of you descended from Hakata?
I think you know we both are.
No, not you. I meant them, Seifra. Thank you.
You know Darlene's history. So her stance and her facial expression is reflective of that.
You met Rowan.
No.
I mean, Colin doesn't have the best of history with Hakata, so that's still not a yes or a no to him.
Charles
No,
smiles
I'm
and
not.
says, yeah, if I am descendant from a Hakata, I am unaware of that fact.
Probably for the best. All right, and no for you. All right, cool. All right, whatever. He's my primogen. That's new. I appreciate his clothing. I did not wear it, Seifra, just as a heads up. He doesn't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Thank you, hon.
I don't think he would have minded.
I will take that under advisement.
His favorite pajamas are the black ones anyway.
Glad it's not the gold ones.
There there comes from the entry into the apartments a sort of banging sound and a voice that kind of cuts through the chatter. I'm home, Dragonfly.
Okay, come here. You gotta meet the coterie.
And as Rowan walks in, Darlene, you would be familiar with the mode of dress that Rowan is currently in.
Mhm.
It is the neck gaiter that's been pulled down, the sleeveless hoodie, the arm guards, the tactical pants, the tactical boots.
Yep.
His face is still splattered with what looks to be drying vitae as he kind of grabs a washcloth and starts scrubbing his face. So, you guys are the new coterie.
I take it that's not yours, boss.
No, no, no. We had some whites pop up, and well, the Ancilla are off busy doing something or other. Something about Ben Franklin. I don't know. It's
Ben
a long
Franklin.
story.
All right,
Ooh.
whatever.
Charles hears some whites, and like there's like a flashback in his mind to the fact that one white on the road is like the most terrifying thing a courier can encounter, and just a multitude being dismissed offhandedly. He's just like back in the moment, like, pleasure to meet you. My name is Charles Pacifico of the Midnight Express, and now of the Meals on Wheels Coterie. I am told that you are our shadows, and I am very honored, or one of our shadows, and I am very honored to meet you.
He juts out one of his hands. Rowan Everly, resident Philadelphia hat rack.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. And he'll take the hand, and Charles's grip is not, again, super strong, but it is politely firm.
Neither is Rowan's, but has Charles met a lot of soldiers in his life?
You know what? He probably hasn't.
Uh, this is the grip of a man, not a supernatural. This
Mhm.
is the grip of a man who is accustomed to violence.
Yes.
It is firm, it is strong, but it is not overpowering. It's almost a mindless strength.
Someone who's practiced this more times than can be counted and knows how to grip to hurt and knows how to grip, therefore, to not hurt.
Yes.
Charles files that away, and when he finishes the handshake, he tucks his hands behind his back and says, I look forward to seeing you around the Haven.
You'll see me around here and there. I do a lot of work for my dad, so you might not see me around too much.
This is one of my new guys. Remember I told you?
Yeah, I heard. Oh, by the way, and he walks over to where he kind of threw his mission bag and reaches in, rummages around through some things, and pulls out a fistful of what appear to be crimped off straws filled with some sort of golden liquid. And he holds them up for honey sticks. And as Sifra kind of flits off to go enjoy her honey sticks, Rowan will look over at Charles. I'm sure you have had a night full of people giving you shit for things that you might not have been able to control. So I'm going to be as kind as I can when I say this. That girl means the world to me, and she was very upset by your conversation. That's it.
Charles looks Rowan in the eyes, and like always, there's that sort of almost a cataract behind his eye that disguises his intentions. And he nods his head and says, it's very, very interesting to come to a city where so many people have rallied around a single person. I do find it moving, and I will make sure I'm aware of that going forward.
Besides, you look like a gentleman, so I'm going to treat you like one.
Thank you. I appreciate that immensely.
Do you guys want hot milk?
Thank you, no thank you.
I cannot consume it, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You guys get cozy. Have, I don't know, movie night or something. You all look like you've been through. You don't look like you've been through a lot, but you definitely look like you've met Philadelphia. What does that smell?
Aye, that's probably me.
That's actually me. I'm sorry. It'll
Technically correct.
be gone in the next couple of hours, I promise.
Okay.
Rowan, remember that time? And Seifer's got a steaming mug of hot milk that she has clearly, by the smell, dumped like 8 of those honey sticks into. Hey, remember that time I woke you up that time and you got all woozly?
Vividly.
Darlene had to get all woozly.
I am sorry you had to go
I'll
through
take better
that.
precautions next time.
Well, anyway, I guess I should leave you folks to your night. But if you need anything, if you can't find me at the library, you can find me at Sunshine Cleaner. And if you can't find me there, you can find me here. I have a business card in the car. I'll get you contact information and we can make sure that if you need me, I'm reachable.
That is much appreciated. If I may ask, what services should we reach out to you for if we need to inquire about them? What are your specialties?
Making bodies disappear.
Eloquent? Simple?
I specialize in bioremediation.
Making bodies disappear.
Making bodies disappear. Well, gift of the blood.
Oh, okay.
Crime scene
And-
cleanup to a degree.
And also just a metric fuck ton of industrial solvents.
Really?
Colin notices Darlene lean forward and looks at her.
This is the second, like, there have been 3 moments where the light has returned to Darlene's eyes. The possum on the Roomba and the rats, when she was high off of her, her cerebellum on Siofa's blood, and also the mention of the industrial solvents.
I do a lot of work with Mom, making sure that things are kept clean around the city. And sometimes that means I have to make interesting cocktails.
I make interesting cocktails too sometimes.
Oh. Well, we'll have to have Seifer bring her around the lab sometime.
I would literally love that. Maybe I can be helpful.
If Dad
Colin
let you
looks-
say, if Dad let you, oop,
Oop. Nope, you're still there. Everybody just shuffled though.
Yes.
Okay.
Shuffled. But yeah, maybe I
That
can be
was-
helpful. I've done a couple of things before.
I'm sure if Dad let you stay, you've got a lot of talent.
Uh, I'd love to help.
I know.
Colin looks over
We all
his
do.
shoulder for a second. Colin looks over his shoulder for a second and goes, "Yeah." Rowan knows that he's talking to Kate, and I think so to Sifra. If they have that always on, and he looks over, he's like, "Hey, Darlene, you like chemistry? Like normal?
Yeah.
Like I don't do the other stuff, but I could tell you about some
Oh, yeah.
chemistry stuff. Hey, Charles, you want to hear some stuff about my past? I could talk to you about that too."
Yeah, chemistry has kind of been my thing. I'd love to talk about chemistry.
You're gonna be back before they sleep, right?
Oh,
I mean, we can talk about it here.
I'm not going anywhere the rest of the night, Dragonfly. I am beat.
I'll pour myself a glass of wine and for anyone else who wants one, and then let's continue this conversation.
Rowan just kind of gives a nod to everyone. I'm going to get changed. And he just moves off to one of the other apartments. Comes back a short time later in just what looks to be a kind of cozy set of like Old Navy pajamas, like some sort of patterned sleep pants and like a long sleeve t-shirt.
Charles does not comment. Charles does not comment. He drinks his wine like a man with 3 dots of subterfuge.
But
Come on, Roro. Let's go back to my apartment and we'll I'll tell you about Q's flight.
Colin gives Rowan 2 thumbs up as they're going back to the apartment because that was so nearly messed up last time by 0.
there is the subtle arch of an eyebrow when Sifra mentions Q's flight, but they both toddle off, leaving the 3 of you alone to wrap up the rest of your evening.
Colin,
Where's your room? Or where should I leave your clothes when they're done?
oh, for fuck.
Yeah, like
I-
it'll just be.
I come here because when he's not threatening people and being an enormous ass, he keeps his mouth, he talks in a way that he does not show his teeth at all. And he dips his chin towards his chest as he's talking about this now. And he gets a little bit shorter for doing that. You can leave it in the morgue because I always come here. I don't, unless it's an emergency and it's literally them or me, I don't feed on people. Neither you say you know Hakata, neither you say you're descended from Hakata. There's some things that happen. Hakata feeding from people is bad for multiple reasons, especially my flavor of Hakata. I prefer to eat somebody who is not alive. I'm not looking to make things worse. You can just literally leave it here, and when I'm swearing and hauling away at somebody incompetently, I will pick it up later.
Lovely. Very good then. Well, my room is the 3rd on the left there, so that's where you'll find me. And if I'm not there, I will note that you can leave a note for me just under the door or on the table, and I'll respond to it when I come back. I will reiterate, I do not keep a cell phone on me. I do not keep any technology on me at all if I can. It's a dangerous world out there, and no matter how often the dead think so, we cannot best the living when it comes to their own technology.
That sounds like arrogance.
Smarter.
That's a thing that gets you messed up.
That is the opposite of arrogance.
No, I'm talking about people. I was agreeing with you.
Oh, yes. Oh, my apologies, Colin. Yes, no, I've been to a lot of domains that continue to indulge in technology with reckless abandon. And when I return to those domains, I always tend to find the leadership is a little different each time.
See a lot of new faces that way, I bet.
Yeah. It gives me a... He looks to make sure that Sophia, blah, 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 my tongue is in my mouth. Sifra, thank you. That
Better than your
Sifra
foot.
is... Yeah, true. That Sifra is not in the room, and he says, I get a new person to run me out of town or execute someone I just met every time. It's a lovely experience.
I am never leaving Philly until I get something handled myself.
Really? You too?
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out there's a lot of baggage involved in history whenever you get embraced. And something you don't really usually choose. Maybe the sparkly ones. He like does this with his hand to imply he is not a sparkly one. The short, incredibly scarred individual with the teeth like a dentition, like a bucket of smash crabs.
Can you believe
Yeah.
some people ask for this? Some people want this.
Yeah,
I keep
no,
hearing it. I haven't
me
run
too.
into them.
Well, I, for one, didn't. And I do respect that you understand the nation. I'm also here, probably for the next, I hope at least a year, but it might be a few more. My sire called me here. We aren't on very good terms because there's a
Like
delivery I
this.
need to make.
You ever see The Grinch?
Yes.
When you say me and my sire aren't on very good terms, you see him, from thinking about him eating people to you saying that, he goes, and his mouth curls. Uh-huh. You don't say. There's a lot of that going around.
Yes, well, once I'm finished with whatever business they have with me, I will be free. And until then, I am happy to work with you all. I genuinely hope we can make each other better off than we found each other. How about you, Darlene? What are you getting out of all this?
Oh, wow, that's kind of a long story. Uh, uh, could you be more specific?
Well, I got something to help. My sire's part of a religious cult or something where believing in death and understanding death for a certain kind of Hekata involves eating somebody over nights and using medicine and vitae to keep them alive to get closer to death. Because science didn't exactly exist when these guys got made, apparently. Sires, especially the old ones, a little weird.
Charles holds up his wine glass and chugs.
He holds up the smoke like, hey, and
My sire locked me in a cage and drank from me every single night.
hey,
Yeah.
twinsies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was the lucky one of all the other ones in cages, let me tell you.
I hated getting shot. They taught me that if I messed up, this one guy who would teach me and the other fledglings, they would shoot you because teach you undead, get you used fast, and also you can learn. But like at the same time, walking, if you get shot in the hip in the right way, it fucks with how you walk. Still don't get that. Not big on medicine, but yeah. I hated that. Did you know that the first time I came to Philadelphia, I came to wear a bulletproof vest because I thought that they would shoot me if I gave the wrong answers. So that was weird. Meat hooks, not a cage. Meat hooks, though.
Meat hooks. Oh fuck! I hated when he used the meat hooks.
God, you don't know how cold those motherfuckers get.
Right? They don't tell you that. Like, you think that you're in your head, you're like, oh, that's gonna hurt. But like eventually you kind of get used to how much it hurts. Then the shit's just cold.
And it makes you think about like crucifixion. You're just hanging there and you're like, wow,
right?
all my weight is supported. If I was alive, my lungs wouldn't be able to breathe in right.
Okay. You know what?
This is kind of a dick move.
This
right?
isn't related to the pain. This isn't related to the pain. Did they burn like a copious amount of the most shittiest smelling incense you've ever like seen in your life? Like I I like for me, it was like I was on the meat hook and like I could not breathe. Like it was just like it's like getting like lavender shoved down your throat.
So not incense. What she did do is to teach me that I ate people now and then work from that was a rotting pig over time that she just tossed that bitch in there. First she like beamed me with a fucking water bottle. I
So
would drink it and then
as the
throw up.
boys are
And I just see
bonding-
Darlene's face.
So as the boys are bonding and Darlene just looks continuously more like, oh my god.
Sires.
Yeah. Whenever it goes down to a dull roar, I was an Oops baby. I'm kind of hoping to stay in the city permanently, or at least until my daughter grows up.
Daughter? Do you have a childer?
No, I have a daughter. That's
Colin has like this, and then he has his eyes go like, and he like looks her up and down. I'm guessing if I threw an insight, it would be like, this bitch for real. So
very for real.
you have he like lowers his voice, a living daughter.
Oh, to the beta chat. Why would I say that? Because they're my coterie. And we are going to build this relationship on a foundation of trust and giving each other the benefit of the doubt.
Charles is looking.
Yes.
Charles is hiding Colin's the expression, but you can feel like spiritually he's doing what Colin is doing.
This horror and like, oh god, I didn't even know that was an option. Oh fuck. And like this smallening of his like body as he shrinks in, like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And like he says, you can't put her anywhere else?
Anywhere else? Like, what do you mean?
I don't fucking know. Not okay. Philly's shit. Okay, how is she, like 18, 17?
She's 7.
Does she go to school? What he now starts thinking about the logistics of how do you make this work?
Yeah, Bailey. She's in school. Bailey. She doesn't.
told-
She's.
I was told you
doesn't
had.
know. Yeah,
told you
she
had
goes
a-
to school. Actually, the Sextons were good enough to enroll her in like something really, really high end.
Colin looks over at Charles and gives her a. This is leverage, isn't it?
Yeah, he nods his head and then says, "I was told you had a former ghoul who was an associate of yours. I imagine she takes care of the day-to-day work."
Well, she's like Bailey's not like a maidservant. I mean, she was kind enough to take, because I mean, Lacey doesn't know what I am. She doesn't know about any of this.
I would certainly hope that was the case.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. We've been all right.
That's
but
good.
No,
Can't
Bailey
tell
was able
anyone.
to. Bailey was able to take care of her while I couldn't, because I was. And she's had her while I was, institutionalized all these months.
Charles nods his head and he does hold a finger up to Colin because he gets where Colin is coming from, but he says, "Philly isn't your first city, is it? You've been around to a few different places, yes?
This is my 4th.
Then I appreciate you trusting us with this information because I'm sure you're well aware what's happened in other cities when you've had to give that, right?"
Yeah.
I'll do my
Jesus
best.
fucking Christ.
I'll do my best to do my part. If there's anything you need from me, let me know. I know some people who can also be out during the day if Bailey ever needs a hand.
You can
Can't
wake
say
me
that
if
they'll
you
work for
really
free.
need me. I You can wake me, but I don't know what I can do from during the day, during the night. Like, is she in the city somewhere? Is she like in the burbs? This is like it's like a 5.4 million people space. Like, there's a metropolitan area. She's not like nearby. Is she in a barony? Is she like?
She should be coming by in a couple of days, I think. But no,
Here?
the Sextons have been very, very good about making sure that we have a space.
Colin looks over at Charles with a horrified expression.
Charles is calculating in his head what the Sextons are getting out of this. He's this is all in his mind, gears like that. This constant. It looks like the inside of a Swiss watch behind his eye. Like all these tiny little gears are working together to try and form a story. But at the end, he just shrugs and he says, "We will have to be very careful."
Charles,
Yes.
would you be ever so kind as to give me an intelligence and insight, please? Not on Darlene, not on Colin.
Absolutely.
Since your gears are turning and you're trying ever so hard to figure out what the Sextons are getting out of this.
There
I will
is
make that.
one thing I would like to do, which is to throw intelligence or your choice of wits or resolve in politics and try to think of a way or any ways if Colin has heard of kindred keeping mortal relatives alive, because this is like how many walls with politics and what I know of the Camarilla can I put with my knowledge between a mortal relative of my coterie and the entire other vampire / World of Darkness.
May I blood surge for this role? Because
Go
Charles
for
is cranking those gears real hard.
Mm. And let me know if you want me to roll anything.
How familiar are you with kindred society as a whole, Colin?
As a whole, 9 years worth.
Go ahead and give me, yeah, we'll call it a wits and politics.
3 and 4, 7.
Charles,
I'm a willpower that.
I'm not sure if you recognize, but we have
You gotta be
been
fucking kidding me.
one, forgetting our hunger die.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
And two, there is actually a command to blood surge
Oh,
for our
goodness.
dice bot. It's okay. It's okay. It takes some getting
Thank
used
you.
to. The dice bot is a little finicky, but just for future reference,
Thank you for the
I'm not-
reminder.
I'm not going to make you re-roll that because it's a good roll. It's a solid roll.
Oh, I don't mind
just-
re-rolling in that case, but thank you. I appreciate it. Going
Yeah.
forward, I'll double check.
Yep. In the future, if you click options, after you put in your pool, there will be like options for hunger, options for blood surge, options for difficulty, options for notes, all of that. So,
Perfect. Thank you.
but you're welcome. But that is a good roll. So, oh wise and mighty ST with 3 successes. What is Charles able to put together from that?
Loyalty. It could be as simple as leverage. If the Sextons know where this particular piece of leverage is placed, then it makes sense that everything that they give could be taken. However, John and Alicia Sexton did not strike Charles as that kind of one note level of control. What they get out of making sure Darlene has what she needs is loyalty.
Charles feels those gears finally click, and as they do, he returns to the clarity in his eyes and goes, well, you're valuable enough that they want your loyalty. That's good. That means that your daughter is safe so long as, well, probably for longer than so long. The thing about loyalty is the Sextons do seem smart enough to understand that if loyalty can be so easily taken away, then people will assume that their own loyalty should be flexible. That puts you in a good position. It means that we're in a good position. But keeping your daughter safe is probably going to be important that we keep an eye out for.
Colin's just sucking.
It would occur to Charles that keeping the child safe is in the Sexton's best interest, especially given all of the things that Darlene has already displayed that she can do.
Exactly. Her capabilities are immense. The Sextons seem to have considerable power and influence. Enough so that they could stage a coup and be successful. Seems that they had the city support, but the fact that they came out on top of the power structure tells me all I need to know about them. We shouldn't need to worry about her not being in capable hands. So in that case, our responsibility is to do our jobs.
And now,
oh God,
Colin, 2 successes and a bestial. Unfortunately, alas and alack, you are taxing yourself on this one. And since we are at the end of our session, and you have done such a good job at maintaining throughout this entire session, the beast rears its ugly head in displeasure. You will go up 1 hunger.
Hey kids, want to see a dead body, beta chat?
Yeah.
Oh. We were almost.
We thought too hard. That was the mistake.
Oh boy, it's my favorite part. It's my favorite part. It's my favorite part.
I had
it's my favorite part.
7 dice on this. I want you all to know I had 7 dice on this. I got 2 successes after willpowering and a bestial in the hunger. I just want that on the record. So.
Slime Daddy number 1. Slime Daddy number 1. Slime Daddy number 1. Yeah!
And I want you all to know that since Slime Daddy's happening, you haven't commented on this. I have a VMZ mug now, and it says hosted by Darlene. This is what Felder got me. And I kept it secret except from these 3. 15 minutes before session start, Felder made this, and I loved the Slime Daddy thing, and now everybody gets to suffer.
Let's go!
Do it! So, Colin, what is it that happens to you when you reach?
Yeah, I got this one. I got paranoia. So, a threat. Somebody has just helped Q. Q is somebody Colin felt this seething outrage, fury about the mistreatment of somebody who didn't deserve this. That he's been working on morality, and he's had a lesson in maybe some behavior he's done has not been appropriate in his past life. And he's learned some things should not be done. He's been on edge. He's been fighting paranoia, his old familiar feeling. And he has felt fear. He has thought about death. He has thought about something horrible happening to this person who just helped Q. And suddenly, Colin was sitting on a couch in some waiting area or some room where they were all chilling. Knowing Colin, he probably had no, not in here. He respects Rowan and Seifra. He had his feet down instead of up on some kind of table. He would have had his feet down. When Darlene was tripping, she saw a pile of muck. Colin, his pale face, even blushed, starts to look like he's sagging in front of her. Charles smells rot. There is melting. There is putrid, rotting plant matter and true decay of something that has been in the sun in humid, hot weather for about 6 weeks. And when he automatically starts trying to stand up from the couch, there is a suction. And his legs begin to melt down into the lip of his boots. And you hear a slurp as he tries to start to swear. And he starts slurping back up his tongue, which was falling out of his mouth. Oh, fuck.
And
Colin?
with that, I think that is an appropriate point to end our session here on Philly by Night. So we are going
do
to
want
take
to make it clear.
are going
Darlene
to
will
take a-
wash this set of Colin's clothes as well.
we are going to take a quick moment to go around our table, introduce ourselves, where we can be found, who we are, and who we're playing this evening. So we are going to start in a little unorthodox fashion. Slime Daddy number 1. Who are you? Where can we find you?
I am Book, a Grim Grimoire on Discord, playing Colin Fry, who is now, I believe, 8 sessions slime, 1 session not slime. So close yet so far.
Mr. P. Pacifico, who are you and where can we find you?
Hey everyone! Everyone online knows me as Spyman X. You can find me under that tag on Discord in the Philly Discord, which is a wonderful, lovely place where you can do everything you want. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you all for welcoming me into this game.
And lastly, but certainly not leastly of our players, Darlene. Sweet Darlene. Who are you and where can we find you?
My name's Amanda. I am on, I think, just about every social media platform under Worst Vampire Darlene. And I'm findable just about out there. Hope you guys like the stuff. This has been great. This game is wonderful.
Einar, who is you?
I am Einar. You can find me on the blue sky at instarsorbit.bsky.social. Now that the Tiki-Takis are back up for now, you can find me at Einar_TTRPG. Just about anywhere else you want to find me. If you can't find me there, I don't want you to. Oh, great wise voice in the sky. Who are you and where can we find you?
Good evening. I'm GedeFX. That is GHEDEFX on the TikToks. I am GedeFX without the underscore on the tube of you. And I am GedeFX again without the underscore on Blue Sky.
And with that, we bid you all a fond adieu. Thank you once again for tuning in to another Coterie session here on Philly by Night.
And if we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Remember, just because we play monsters does not mean we can't be the light in somebody's world.